Hello and welcome back to our second day at the fabulous Fear Machine. We have completed the first two parts of the first campaign. We are entering into section 3. Currently the story is that our scientist Jen has taken over the British Isles with her PharmaCorp. She's risen through the ranks of PharmaCorp and taken control of the company, becoming the new CEO, and has now expanded into all of Europe. Though her parents have recently passed away, we are now entering the third part of the story. Under our leadership, Phaedro Farm has become one of the most profitable companies in the world. All of Europe is at our feet. But it's not enough. It's not what we wished for. A lot of work still remains, so let's keep going. We need a few more details to continue writing the story. What do we have here? The in-house study on nolopain and relaxum that you may disappear in the blink of an eye. The report, incomplete and biased, should have never been written. The millions have always been invested in the company. We couldn't discontinue it. Lying to patients and turning them into addicts was just an unfortunate side effect. Tell me, Jen, what would your parents have thought about this? Results are all that matter. They taught me that. I would never have heard a single reproach for them. And I guess they're both dead, so it doesn't really matter too much. Not a single reproach or any type of recognition. The sad and lonely Jen, completely invisible to their gaze. Swore to myself that would change one day. How can you impress someone who will never open their eyes again? They were blind, but the eyes of the entire world will be on me. We've seen everything we need to continue. Lies and frustration, two excellent ingredients. Which of them works best in the machine? Lies reveals information about the next movement the rival is going to create, or frustration. In exchange for 100 oleum, allows you to refresh the lucky cards Kirlian offers you. Ooh. There's been a few times we've gotten lucky cards that I'm not particularly interested in, but I don't love the idea of ever giving up 100 oleum. I'm going to go with lies, just because I feel like this one is always going to be... It's always going to provide value versus, like, this only provides value if I have oleum to spare. Another cog in the machine. Writing gives evil genius vibes. Big time. Big time, big time. Let's go with the story. The Pharma Queen grew too big for the throne. She needed more influence and attention. So Jen Hammond started to conceive of her master stroke after hearing some disturbing news from Italy. Thought I'd get myself out of the way for a second. Evil Genius is like one of the, I see as being one of the biggest inspirations for this game. So far this game to me is like Evil Genius mixed with Shadows of the Forbidden Gods. Which is pretty great. Of pigs and men. Jen Hammond managed to secretly develop the world's most terrifying virus and her miraculous vaccine. Oh no, COVID. Keep the Italian authorities from prohibiting your experience and create a hybrid strain of the new SHV1 virus. All laws on experimentation on animals should be abolished. Oh no. I don't agree with that. We're gonna take a Lifus. He's our main dude. He doesn't dig as well, but he explores really fast. You have brought your research team to Italy. The country is experiencing a blooding epidemic that's putting its pig farms out of business. Your excuse for being here is to help eradicate the disease, but in reality, your secret plan is far less altruistic. Your intention is to secretly develop a mutation of the virus that can infect human beings. Forgetting the most important part, developing and patenting its corresponding vaccine. We got to change the laws against animals and being able to experiment on them. Because you're going to need all your audacity and a cool head. This mission is different. Think about each step and take advantage of every opportunity. Region events can be essential tools. I'm ready. Let's get started. Evil Genius 2 was such a disappointment. I disagree on that. I thought Evil Genius 2 was extremely well made. What did you dislike about it? It had a bit of a like rough launch. Like they had to do some tweaking to make it a little less grindy, and like there were some like really bad repetitive sound cues, but they ended up fixing all that. I went back and revisited when they put out like the 4th Evil Genius. I went back and revisited Evil Genius like a year later, and it was an incredibly great playthrough. Like I just enjoyed it from start to finish. Looks like we have a legend in each of the 4 categories, 1 in each. Central Italy, Rome. Naples, Milan. So I could infect Rome right away, it looks like. I feel like let's go like here. That way I can spread quickly to two places. Ancient and eternal Rome, war, conquest, blood, and fear cemented the empire built on top of these stones. Do you think the machine existed back then? So let's start by opening up St. Peter's Basilica. I'm going to put poltergeists in here if it's got occult legends. We came here to investigate the new swine fever and need the laws to be amended so that we can do our job. We don't have any information on the other cities. I ought to put something else in here. I guess if I'm going to put swine fever in the middle, I can really put any other thing in. Toxic fertilizer, the kamikaze driver, or the toaster is listening. I mean, it's Rome. Let's go with kamikaze driver. Tar and asphalt, his natural habitat. The oil pumps. Yeah, I don't have a... the city's not under fear yet, so I can't build an oil pump. Not enough distinction between evil geniuses, the role of world map missions, terrible minion AI. No capability of designing a truly stealthy base. I mean, the game benefited a lot from having... like, military bases worked better when you just had like a crazy military checkpoint. But if you built really good trap corridors and a really good casino, you could keep people out of your main base almost entirely. With the exception being like the super secret agents that always got in. But I ran a pretty stealthy base for a very long time. It did work. It was just like a bit trickier. I do agree that all the evil geniuses kind of felt the same. Like ultimately they went through the same arc, but just like through different pathways. St. Peter's Basilica. A small boy is mesmerized by the mummified body of a pope inside a glass sarcophagus. Probably his first experience with death. Try to frighten the child, of course. You stare at it for a while, the corpse will open its eyes and whisper your name. Really cool. He takes a phone out of his pocket to film the mummy. Kids these days. I should have known. I should have known. We are gonna put another thing in here. I'm probably just gonna throw vision in here so that we can extract from that. We have a health emergency committee. Italian government will make public the commissions of the health emergency committee due to the outbreak of hemorrhage fever on farms. Consumption of pork is prohibited. Generate alarm in everybody. You don't have to do anything. Perfect. Let's gas up. You know what? I'm going to drop this in here right now. Poltergeists, they always happen when you least expect it. We just got enough for an oleum plant here. And this is about to... once this gets discovered, we should be able to put in a plant here as well. Much of the stealth requires you to micromanage every agent, taking them turned around by valets and the like. I feel like that has been fixed a bit with the updates that have gone on. And we've got our second agent back. Well, that did not take long at all. Might as well start getting visions so that we can upgrade stuff. Florence, not Milan. I was wrong. Beautiful, isn't it? They say Stendhal was the first to experience the syndrome that carries his name. My heart starts to race. I get dizzy and break into cold sweats thinking about the fear we'll cause on these streets. No special location here. So I think I'm going to just... oh, we can't explore that city yet. All right, well... I'm going to do that so that we can at least upgrade the kamikaze driver once. It should help out a little bit. While we wait on more gas. Oh, actually, I should have put an oleum pump. I'm a fool. A fool I am. Poltergeists are invisible. Furniture moves. Objects come to life. Puppy dogs get mad. I took a photo as proof. I swear the glass fell by itself. We'll get some more good spookings in. A little spook here and there. Pump will give an extra 100. Be 200 to explore the next city. Yeah. We'll get it unlocked pretty quick. I figured just getting the hearts out of there at least lets us upgrade the kamikaze driver as well. Incident, gasoline, gas pedal. I mean, gas pedal seems obvious. We're gonna gas this legend up. Crosswalks, his hunting ground. According to some witnesses, the driver who caused the accident was going the wrong way and fled. Ooh. We got another level up here as well. Which I think means we're going to be mining for more eyeballs. My fire spread, kings rose and fell, other people crossed the borders and brought with them their strange gods. One night I heard his message, there can only be room for one god. The fire I had started became destiny. Holy war. Mystic, plague and famine, visionary, heresy, holy war. To upgrade poltergeists, you need one more eyeball. So we're going to have you extract one more time, because that's going to take no time at all to level up. I'd love to put another legend in, but... Our rival has arrived. Our rival has arrived. Tourists like a swarm of insects. One of them has lost its wallet at the foot of the statue. 200 gas. We better figure out what these guys are doing, though. Even though I'd like to go explore another city. Let's also drop an oleum pump in. Considering I missed yesterday, how's this game work? The idea is basically you spread legends around the map, like the kamikaze driver, the poltergeists, toxic fertilizer, and the toaster is listening. And then in cities, you build these little like extractors and you farm these supplies. So the idea is you're always kind of balancing your agents to be like, do you need to explore? Do you need to get supplies? How do you make the legends become more alive in the place that you are? At the same time, a rival will constantly exist who is trying to stop you. And so you can also like farm this stuff and investigate the rival in the hopes that you can stop them from doing anything. You want to spread terror all around the world to take control of different locations. These poltergeists are a curse? Yes. And here you get to like sink in words, and if you get the right words, it gives a boost. My uncle is stocked with scientists, with mediums, even with exorcists, and those things keep happening in his house. He's desperate. Oh, nice. Renee is also ready to level up. Getting rid of the competition wasn't hard. The chaos of artists' lives means that no one looks too deeply into the cause of their deaths. The sweet smell of posterity made me salivate, so I filled the city with corpses. This is Renee, our artist. Envious of the other artists, she starts poisoning all of them. Animal Cosmetic Medicine Conference. The most eminent experts on medicine, youth, and beauty are meeting in Italy to discuss this disease and old age. We're going to need to send someone there to infiltrate. I'm going to need 2 more eyeballs to do this. That has 150 turns. I think let's grab a few more eyes. And if I'm at 600 gas... I really want to know what's in this city. Stefano Briacosa, millionaire and showman of the Natural Heart Party of Italy. Newly created political party which defines itself as youthful, green, and apolitical. Its leader, Stefano Briosca, is one of the country's most famous and controversial television personalities. He wants to position himself as the front runner in an upcoming general election. I'm gonna have to do that first, because he's already got a card in play that he's trying to do. It's not on Steam yet. It should be on Steam. It came out yesterday at noon. The Fabulous Fear Machine. Welcome, my darling girl. You're getting here at the perfect time with the swine fever and the general election around the corner. Italy is a ticking time bomb. A common enemy is all my new party needs. You, those new rumors about your experiment, the raw meat that'll help you rise in the poll. I'll make you the queen of my television show, put you in my film. I'm curious. What do you mean by Italy is a ticking time bomb? Want to stay informed? You don't need a newspaper. Just look out the window. The anxiety is palpable on the streets. Knowing those rough waters is a blessing for good anglers like you and me. Here's a tip from a gallant and chivalrous adversary, my precious. If you plan to go after me, keep your eyes wide open and don't lose sight of what's happening in the streets. Stefano puts you on alert. Advanced warning time for events increases. We've unlocked a card, a lucky card. Plus 20 to the form. This would probably be pretty good. Just because we're only a single zone. This would also be good if we made more extractors. I'm going to take the storyteller. Why can't I play this card? Oh, maybe I need to have Toxic Fertilizer played first. I might, yeah, I need it on a legend that has the form. Yeah, okay, you're right, yeah. At daybreak, we enter Stefano Briosca's house, a lavish mansion done up like a duke's palace. The living room full of photos of smiling Stefano next to all kinds of characters, cardinals, politicians, mafia bosses. If opportunism is an ideology, Briosca is its best proponent. The kitchen or the basement? Let's go basement. An enormous television showing porn with the sound turned off, 4 mattresses, and dozens of used tissues on the floor. A nauseating odor combining sweat and other bodily fluids. I'm inside a very tawdry X-rated movie. Sorella Luna. We should check out this place. That did not give me what I needed. I don't know what this event is. I guess he's not started the movement, so we still have time. I've heard rumors about what you're doing to those poor pigs in the laboratory. Ecology is in fashion, and you're going to hand me thousands of votes. It's a shame we have to be enemies. I could be your loving puppy, don't you think? Decline vehemently. There could never be anything between us. My interest in dying pigs is purely scientific. You've broken this old man's heart, but prepare yourself, dear girl, because from now on I'm going to be ruthless with you. Queen of the Pigs. I'll make sure all of Italy remembers this nickname. Have I mentioned that I have a television show and I'm working on a film? Ciao, Bella. You have offended him. His movement's expansion speed increases. Your new nickname will become popular in Italy. You receive 4 televisions. Well, we have a lot of televisions going on. Kamikaze driver is ready to upgrade, but we need more hearts. Napoli. Swimmers mill around anxiously on the shore, waves of care in the wreckage of a sunken ship. Aha, okay, so there is a form here. If that's the case, let's take the toaster as listening and pop it into here. Yes, of course, we can talk about those documents, they say. And this is my minor. Ooh, I'm gonna need to extract some hearts so that we can upgrade the kamikaze driver. Now listen carefully, make sure everyone is asleep. Sneak into the mansion. Tacky Rococo objects to art are mixed with the photo after photo of Stefan. We check out the kitchen. Feel something scurry between our feet. I turn on the flashlight and see a terrified piglet fleeing down the hall. The remains of what looks like a recent pig slaughter filling the space with sausages, blood, and guts. The ban on eating pork due to the epidemic is not being observed here. If we could get 3 Gaia, we can stop his event. So I'm going to implant a Gaia there. I'm going to send you here. Am I? 98. We have a lot of time on that. Let's explore this, because that way I could at least set up the final form. We have nothing else to explore as well. And our poltergeist is ready for its final evolution. Home? What is this? Oh, that's the previous things. These things keep happening in his house. Yeah, I think home. The heart of everyone in the family? Yeah. Some houses don't want to be inhabited. What's the motive? There's hidden forces that we know nothing about from the great beyond or the great here and now. So our poltergeist is maxed out, which is great. And this is cruising. This can upgrade the kamikaze driver, gas pedal, gasoline, brake, incident. Damn. I was a little worried about that one because, like, why would he be braking? A comp friend of mine told me that it's always the same driver. The guy's not right in the head. That's the first one of those we've missed. Which at least that feels pretty good. We got to make a bit of a mixed bag on this incursion, but I think we're going to hit it. Oh no, we need Gaia. Which I just got to wait one turn for this guy to move. The Pompeii gift shop, fascinating. Miniature reproductions of plaster casts of charred contour cadavers. According to a salesperson, an embraced couple and dog lying on the floor are the best-selling figures. I was in Pompeii and thought of you. Look at the statue of the dog. When death is the only certainty, why worry? Well, I can put my miner down here to get that. I could have maybe you investigate a little bit more. I can throw toxic fertilizer in here. And then, actually, I think I'm going to have him infiltrate this right now. This is going to trigger in a moment, but we will have all the Gaia we need to get rid of it. Oh, we can also immediately cast that there, get an extra 20/20 into here. And then I guess that guy's going to need yellow. Giant, you still haven't been infected with black gold fever. Stefano Briakoska claims his new documentary, A Burning Truth, will open the world's eyes to the abuse of nature. Some effects have movements have a special effect. After that warning time expires, they start to spread across the map. Try to neutralize them before they activate it to avoid their consequences. Support for animal rights rises. Oh yeah, we'll get them with this meat. Leak the document, The Irreversible Effects of Aging. Or support for animal rights falls. I'm not ready for either of these. I could get this one if I upgrade this card at all. Little animal sport, which is something I clearly need to do. Oof. If I leave this card, I can do that at any time. Okay. There's your 3 Gaia, which is enough to cause damage to this. Ryosuke, the controversial showman, caught red-handed. Lover of animals or just their flesh? We've neutralized him. We can also upgrade toxic fertilizer. High risk of severe contamination. Rural. Extreme danger of mass poisoning. The large agricultural producers defend themselves. Studies we paid good money for demonstrate that our fertilizers are harmless. That's pretty memes. You've got heart up here? Yeah. I need to get a yellow thing open so we can do that ASAP. I don't know if we'll be able to get enough yellow, actually. What am I going to do with you? The documentary is the key to winning my Oscar or even a Nobel Prize. Ever heard of my beloved Al Gore? Your interference is going to delay our plans. The producers are getting nervous, and so am I. Oscar, Nobel, you should be more careful with UV rays. They're starting to fry your neurons. Publicity events for the Burning Truth suspended. He claims that this is because of a minor logistics problems. Very mask-off version of reality. I mean, all of these things are like based on true conspiracy theories and the like. We literally had chemtrails at the end of yesterday, which is a very funny one. Termini Station. A blind old man grabs me by the arm in the lobby of the station and yells, "About time you showed up. Take me to the train leaving from platform 3 quickly." He clearly thinks I'm someone else. Let's take him to the correct train. He seems awful. You're hopeless. We're almost late, stupid. Continues to talk to himself. In the future, we can give ourselves a third option for acting. Shove the person onto the tracks. Well, you wait wrong, kiddo. Yeah, sorry, hold on. What do we need for this? Oh, it's just that I need like 1 to upgrade you, 2 to upgrade you. I have to start that right away because it's going to take a couple turns, I think, for that to level up. That's enough for the kamikaze driver. So let's move you down here and get some Gaia. That'll be enough to upgrade that legend as well. I think we have all 4 legends going. Yeah. So at this point now, it's going to be all about world events. Man, I don't know. Oddly enough, actually, I don't think I need this much oleum. This card's ready. Rural. Virus? Health? If it's toxic fertilizer, I don't know that it's a virus, but I would say health is what they're concerned about. The product is 100% safe. They say it's progress, but those bastards in the chemical industry only care about profits as they merrily poison us. You've got the stuff to gas this up. We could talk about these documents. The toaster is listening. Technology. I'm alone and this is a secure line. We were talking about shopping and there was no cell phone nearby, and yet he started to receive ads. How the hell are they listening to us? Oh well, this is very real life. We have enough to drop support for animals. This is the progress we're talking about. Screw the rats, shoots back a citizen when asked about the most recent experiments in cosmetic industry. Moderate animal support, so we got to get that down one more. You are my person who goes exploring. You've got enough hearts. You don't have enough politics. You don't have enough Gaia. So I'm going to send... Ooh, actually, I should probably send you to investigate these dweebs. And I'll have you do 2 of those. We've unlocked another card. The form plus 20. I mean, that's already at 75%. I don't feel like we really need that. Plus 2 units of each essence implanted in the region. This would be extremely good for us at this point. Because I think it counts for everything. It does. If I wait a minute to explore these 2 other points, we'll get even more. The establishment is one of these luxurious brothels where the prostitutes are euphemistically referred to as escorts and sexual exploitation as free market commerce. I ring the bell and the madame blocks my way. Get lost, you lowlife. I see the half-open window and the ventilation grate above the ground. Sneaking through the window. A small room where a young woman is reading in bed. I know about her as Stefano Brioska. Yes, of course I know him. He likes to call him Poppy. 2 or 3 of us usually get to go to the parties at his house. The number depends on how many guests are there. Parties with prostitutes. 3 hearts. Ooh, that's really damning. It's going to cost a lot for me to cast that, but it's a very good one to have. You got some green. New event in Italy. Beloved Planet, episode 26, hosted by Stefano Brioska, the visible head of the natural heart. Topic for today, animal abuse in the pharmaceutical industry. Ponte Vecchio. The sun glints off of something floating in the water. I go up to shore, pick it up. It's an old bottle made of opaque glass with a small, mysterious object inside. I feel like science is going to be something we want. You're going to go here and infiltrate. You're going to pick up that extra stuff. You're going to upgrade the kamikaze driver. I'm going to say insolent and gasoline was probably the other one I needed. Whoa, incident does not. I did really bad on this card. Pedestrian accidents rise in the region and no one is providing any explanations. As a father, I'm angry and scared. Speaking of conspiracy theories, you hear about the scare surrounding dihydrogen monoxide, widely used in the farming industry, accelerates corrosion, is known to cause suffocation, and everyone who works with the stuff has died. Sounds dangerous. Sounds extremely dangerous. I'm gonna move you guys down a little bit on the chat today. That dangerous dihydrogen monoxide can't be trusted. The competition broadcasts Shark Apocalypse at the same time. Let's do this. We have enough for that. Support for animal rights has fallen. We've, in fact, won the campaign. But we might as well upgrade toxic fertilizer while we're at it. Chlorophyll? I'm going to say virus. No. I didn't think so. I just don't know enough about what really chlorophyll is. You get gassed up. You've got that, but I don't think we need to hit it. I don't have enough to level that up anymore. Those guys are all max leveled. I could upgrade you. I could drop this here, give us extra points. We're right at the beginning of a new cycle, so we have lots of gas. I think let's just claim it. Oh, no, actually, hold on. We have a level up. That stuff is bad news. Where's the hydrate command? We don't have one. We just have the stretch command. Though I've been getting requests for the hydrate command a lot lately, so. Chlorophyll is the stuff that makes plants green and makes them turn sunlight into sugars. That's what I thought. The stuff that, like, photosynthesis uses. Which means that was probably the answer. God spoke to me with his thundering voice, and I dreamed of spreading his word throughout the world. I managed for his glory to make blood flow from east to west until it covered my ankles. And then one night, his voice stopped. All right, with that, I think let's knock Italy out of the picture. The double blind. A new plague. Everything is ready, Mrs. Hammond. What's that? Retinal scanner? Yes. And the miracle cure of pigs and men. Everything but squeal. Oh, we got a special achievement for beating Italy in less than 500 days. That's pretty nice. Chemical that gives plants the color green, required for photosynthesis, absolutely harmless. But it's the scaremonger game. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. The Italian people were in favor of striking down the animal rights law. We get 2 full cycles of flame delay. And I think this is the final mission now. Mission 4 for this campaign. You've created SHV-1, one of the most terrifying viruses in history. Guaranteed to suffer a bloody, painful, horrible death. It's a shame that it's not very contagious among humans, but the world doesn't need to know that. You own the only vaccine. Phaedro Farm is going to turn into a gold mine. Your investors must be very happy. You know I've never cared about that. I have a different wish, and I can almost taste it, so let's keep going. You know what happens now, don't you? Your stupid interrogation. All right, the Italian laboratory. It's hard to tell it apart from a clandestine slaughterhouse. How do you manage to keep the purpose of your research a secret? We bought some cooperation once we got permission to do experiment on sick animals. There were no more questions. Everyone has their price, just how many zeros? Here we have the treasure cave, a gigantic vault filled with the iris, equipped with an iris scanner and the vaccine inside for your eyes only. I'll soon have the eyes of the entire planet fixed on them, I can assure you. Sad, lonely little Jen finally get the attention she deserves, but be careful, you don't want to end up blinded by the limelight. I do really like this writing. We now have everything we need to continue. Corruption and secrecy, 2 very interesting ingredients. What works best with the machine? Event options will be visible from the beginning. Oh, so this means when an event starts, I could immediately figure out planning what I need to collect on the event. Cuts the cost of creating legends in half. This saves me on a lot of gas. But I don't think I need to save on gas. I'm gonna go secrecy. Just between us. Let's go with the story. Months later, minor outbreaks of a strange new disease started appearing in different parts of the world, and panic started to spread like wildfire. Who could save us from this insipid universal plague? The SHV-1 panic shook up the planet and laid the entire world at her feet. Make fear of the new virus grow and worldwide demand for your vaccines soar. 70% death. State of worldwide panic needs to be declared in the UN office. Vaccination has to be mandatory, region with no denialism. And a patent for the vaccine should be protected. This is almost too real a game to play in this era. We'll announce the vaccine in a few weeks. A team has spread SHV-1 in controlled zones of Asia and Europe. The new virus is a problem. It's not very contagious, but convince people that it is a death that's horrible splashed across the front pages of all the newspapers. They'll think it's the end of the world. They'll want to get the hands on the vaccine. You have the undivided attention of the entire world, which will come to you on its hands, just what you wished for. That was my wish. It's a shame that once you've given them what they want, the world will lose interest and you'll go back to being poor, lonely Jen Hammond. As long as my fear is spreading and the vaccine is in my power alone, they remain at my mercy forever. You're not planning to distribute the vaccine. If the panic goes away, your power will too. For an all-powerful wizard, you seem surprised. Your crystal ball not working? Maybe it's broken. The future is showing me now submerged in blackest, closest, and most complete darkness. Strange. You'll have control of the machine until the precise instant that your wish is granted. That was our deal. Though I should warn you that this mission won't be easy. You'll face an army of fanatic anti-vaxxers, 1 or 2 acquaintances who will bring you unpleasant surprises. Oh, the rivals from the previous sections are going to come back depending on how we dealt with them. All right, we got lots of power ones this time. So I am actually noticing in the cards here, there is colors and stuff as well. You'll find some of the region centers are closed. These regions will be disconnected from the fear in the region until you're able to open them. In Eastern Europe, for example, the form and the occult centers are closed and not contributing fear to the region. You'll need to increase fear in the region until it reaches the key icon in the bar. I see. Oh. Get fear to grow, you'll need to use legends that will affect the open centers. So, Central Asia clearly benefits from the Terror of Death. There's a red card here. There's a purple card here. A green card here. And I don't know what this card means. It looks like increased mining, I guess. We're going to put this one in Central Asia because it's based on requiring a high passion. Ooh, also that I can't get in there right away. But that's okay. Southeast Asia. Looks like I have to put the UN. Oh, no, this needs to be in an area without the UN. Oh, also, oh, hold on. The shy neighbor downstairs. The returnees. +1 to political extraction. I'm confused. Does this need to be in... This needs to be in an area with a UN office, so it has to be Central Asia or South Asia. Okay. This requires no denialism. And this just requires panic. I think I'm gonna do... Eastern Europe. Obviously, I want to do the cool... No, hold on. I'm gonna switch this up a little bit. I'm gonna put this one here because it's got the shy neighbor downstairs, so it'll benefit well from that. I think I'm gonna skip Central Asia. As it'll probably just get absorbed by other things. This feels okay to me. Where do we want to start, Johnny? I could start with the occult here. Potential for 2 cities, like right next to each other as well. I think that's pretty strong. You can use legends that affect the open centers in East Asia, like the Returnist, to increase the fear and get the first key. Discovering Beijing. Beijing's old city is an intricate labyrinth of hills, corners, and alleyways. Would have got lost if we didn't have the map. Fear of the new virus won't have its problems. I just also realized I just started a new virus in China. I didn't mean to do that on purpose, but what's done is done. The Returnist. So I need this one here. Until death do you part, said the priest. I'm gonna need legends or rumors to evolve that, and we might as well get the green one because it'll also get that fast. Our vaccine's very close to being ready. You'll be hearing about it soon. The world anxiously and expectantly waits the news. The Chinese weren't really to blame. Games teach us so much. We're gonna need gas here. I'm just gonna start by gassing us up right away. The visitors who accompany me on the tour of the Great Wall start to move, push to the sides as if a snowplow were pushing them. She's not a myth. She exists, they whisper as they make their way for the legendary tourist. You know why they call me that? I've been touring the wall for several years. I started at one end and won't stop until I reach the other. I'm not one of those visitors who come here like a low-budget tour. I like to immerse myself in the place. Help me continue my journey, and I'll share your stories with everyone I meet. Doubles legend evolution speed for 400 gas. Or for 7 Gaia. 8 Gaia? 7 Gaia? I guess 7 Gaia. This is 8. This also says 500 and this is 400, so I don't quite know the answer to that. Here's the thing though, I need to explore this city because I'll also get an oleum pump basically the moment I do. And I would like to put in probably the hungry bacterium. $600 gas. All right, well, we're going to wait on that. But I will put that in there. In the meantime, I will put that in there. Evolution speed isn't really a problem. Yeah. Horrible news about the virus, the promise of a vaccine that is yet to arrive, the apocalyptic prophecies about the new Black Plague. The world is a tinder keg waiting to explode. No effect, you cannot do anything. Until death do you part, said the priest. Coffin? Night? Ancestral? We don't know a lot about this. I want to say coffin. It does seem, ancestral does seem like, you know, we got some ghost stuff going on, but right now I'm only seeing wedding. Like, I'm not seeing an ancestor, I'm seeing like an ex-lover. I feel like it's going to be coffin, night, and ancestral. A couple returning from the dead or some such. Unless it's like a scam. Black ribbon, it's a picture at a funeral. Yeah, that's why coffin makes sense, right? It's clearly, you know, until death do us part. I'm going coffin. Good play, good play. And it did part you, and you wish you could be with her eternally. Porphyria, rabies, catalepsy. As a doctor, I can assure you that there's a scientific explanation for this ancient myth. I'll be the judge about that. This should unlock us. Ooh, a card. Plus 20 to the occult legend. I think I'm actually going to take this one. Because that'll just give us a huge fear boost here. We have Ulaanbaatar. Close my eyes on the bus that's heading me to the capital of Mongolia. Hear the horses of Genghis Khan's army thundering across the plains. It's just the sound of the engine, but speaking of the panic will cause in this land has sparked my imagination. I can probably get an oleum plant here soon. Ooh, I didn't realize there was a yellow card here. Ooh. I'd be lying if I didn't say I want that. Gas pedal, gas pedal. I mean, the fear is growing at a pretty good rate right now. And we're doing pretty good on gas. 300. Oh, we've unlocked one of these. Let's unlock the power. Novosibirsk Trans-Siberian Railway Station. Several healthcare workers interrogate passengers on the legendary Trans-Siberian Railway during a stop into the capital of Siberia. They look exhausted. We haven't eaten in days. There's rumors about a new virus coming at us from everywhere. Essence extracted by 1. Yeah, that seems really super valuable. But it really depends on like what essence you're going for. Rebellion of the Machines I could do in South Asia. And then I would need passions here. All right, I'm gonna hit up South Asia. Am I? No, actually, I think I'm gonna explore the Genghis Khan Museum. I'm gonna need more terror here to spread. So getting yellow would be smart. We have a lot of yellow ones too. To me, that makes sense. At least until we get our second agent going. Taking advantage of the dearth of tourists during the health scare, the museum is undergoing maintenance, so I enter the building just as the chief conservator is taking inventory. Steal a copper dagger or an emerald brooch. Let's go with the emerald brooch. Great Genghis Khan was a master of pillaging and sacking. This act represents a humble and sincere tribute to his legacy. 3 hundo gas. You love to see it. And I'm going to drop a card in here. The ultimate virus or lab-grown diseases. Ooh. This is bonuses to that. Yeah, I don't really have a lot of form here. I mean, we have a fair bit of terror of panic. I think I'm going to go with the ultimate virus. Impossible, but I have the best antivirus. Now with that little bit of extra gas as well, I have options. 129. I think we can wait on that a little bit longer. And I'll explore this city in the meantime. See if we can't learn about the rebellion of the machines in South Asia. And hopefully this grows enough that we can get someone to start mining stuff for the ultimate virus. New Delhi. The red bricks of the fortress welcome me to India. The legend said they were stained with the blood of the enemies of Emperor Shah Jahan. I smile as I run my finger over one of the stones. Yeah, I might as well just go straight for the Explorer at this point. Hemorrhagic fever, bloody corpses, a horrible death. Rumors about the new virus have the whole planet on edge. I did part with you. I wish you could be with her eternally. Scientific explanation for this ancient myth. I'll go with ancestral. I think it's coffin, ancestral, and night. Yeah. Good call. Careful what you wish for. Wooden stakes, garlic, holy water. Theories about how to eliminate these creatures abound. Direct sunlight. Okay, so they're vampires. We're getting the vampire myth here. Give me my next agent. Renee! The dangerous Renee. We might be able to get that. We have unlocked another key here in East Asia, letting us spread fear even further. And in the Enchanted Well, the Agrasen Kai Baoli, The design of this old well makes it perfect for stories about drowning, apparitions, disappearances. These tales boil and swirl around like water in a pot on a hot stove. Now. What is the one up here? Passions. The shy neighbor downstairs has to go up there. Okay. So down here, I am going to do Rebellion of the Machine. Oh, it actually doesn't count. It counts as a yellow card. Oh, that sucks. Evolution speed of Occult Legends. Maybe it will still count. I don't think it will, though. Killer mode.exe is ready. We're going to need a lot of yellow then. That's 2 yellows we're leveling up. You need 1 more rumor, which you're well on your way for. I wonder what I should look to unlock if that's the case. I have to unlock cities. So I guess let's go for that mining zone. Yeah, there's our rival. Some sort of photo-based thing. Sneak someone in there. Take a peek. The ultimate virus. The best antivirus. I want to say global. Damn, a lot of these fit. I see the globe in the background here, so... Oh, it's a computer virus. Worms, Trojans, malware. The danger is everywhere. If you can't stand the heat, don't use the internet, morons. That's what they say. That famous quote. A girl in a bikini poses in a lake while someone photographs her from the shore. A strong odor of solvent and bleach. The water gets a photogenic fluorescent blue color from waste emitted by a local chemical plant. Dozens of people are waiting in line, camera in hand, to take the same picture. Tell them about the toxic water sign. I feel like they're idiots. This is what we've learned about people. That's just to scare the tourists, the photographer tells me. The girl continues to pose, her face frozen in a forced smile. Her eyes are irritated. The red splotches are starting to appear on her legs. Let's go, wrap it up. I'm doing a live stream in 5 minutes, shouts the next person. Oh, shots fired. We'll investigate our rival in the meantime. You need to keep digging stuff up. Oh, and let's gas her on the next gas. Ooh, court orders Phaedro Farm to open up its laboratories to a team from Vax Free Nation. The company's trustworthiness called into question. He is far away. I was looking at buying this game, but popped into Twitch to see any gameplay. Are you enjoying it? We tend to have similar interests, so I can kind of gauge on that. Yeah, it's a little bit like, it's like got a bit of Evil Genius in there, a bit of Plague Inc., and a bit of Shadows of the Forbidden Gods. Those are like the 3 games I would compare it to the most. It's really fun. It's like extremely corny writing. Like you have to really like 70s pop culture era stuff. But it plays really smooth so far. We're at like the end of the first campaign. There's 3 campaigns. And this is like the final section of that campaign. And it's been pretty fun. It's been pretty cute. It's very clear on how to play it. Kind of plays like a board game. Vax Free Nation. Currently, we're dealing with anti-vaxxers, and we're trying to make a COVID in China. Jiang Liu, publicist, and Ivan Kraus, lawyer. International anti-vax movement. They claim the new SHV1 virus isn't real and object to the power of the major pharmaceutical companies. That's us. Activists Liu and Kraus are a married couple and have become its indisputable leaders to sow doubt about the danger of the new virus and the vaccine. Oof. All right. I'm going to need to do an investigation into here. I need to explore that city. Jen Hammond, the ringleader of the global pharma mafia. Ever since we started to hear the news about that new virus and your company announced such rapid progress in investigating the vaccine, we've suspected that there was something dark behind this. We've gotten the judge to give us permission to inspect one of your laboratories. Vax-Free Nation has good contacts. We'll expose you. The world is asleep, but we've woken up. We'll uncover the truth about SHV1 and do whatever is necessary to warn the rest of the planet. You know what? I'm not going to dispel their suspicions because it's going to make it that much sweeter when we crush them. You anti-vaxxers, you seem to have a good nose for living back in the 19th century. Proving the thing you're saying is another thing. You don't deny it, and we're the lunatics. We'll get the machines working at full things. You've upset them. Their amount of funds needed to create their movements decreases. Oh, that's not great. I don't know if there's a good answer and a bad answer to those, or it's just like two varying answers. East Asia has no denialism, so we can mandate the vaccine in East Asia. So funny. Big news! The new vaccine's nearly ready, but not yet. Damn, I need the gas for here. And what's this? Security breach, unpredictable. Our cybersecurity team has notified us that someone has been sniffing around on Phaedro Farm's most secure servers. Hire computer forensic analysts to investigate. 250 gas. We have 51 turns for that. 150 gas, 250 gas. I need to explore this city. This is really valuable, but I don't think I can do it when I have a security breach and this happening at the same time. Like, I'm going to get 200 gas next turn. That's going to put us back to 400. That'll be just enough to get the two of them. I either do this or I do both of them. And I need to explore Central Asia. That's where they're going next. Yeah, I have to skip Legendary Tourist. Damn. But the ultimate virus is getting better. Global, digital, we know that now. It's a digital virus. I hope I'm the only one infected. Why use weapons or bombs when you can bring down the system with simple infected mail? And we need our people mining more of that so we can get the rebellion of the machines too. If you choose your own adventure vibe to it, appointment with fear. Yeah, and that's it. You kind of constantly have these events that happen. Where you're always trying to like explore all these different options, and the game does a good job at giving you like what bonuses and what penalties you want. And then yeah, you can see every time you evolve a legend, you have to like slot in a word. So there's a little like puzzle game involved in trying to figure out like what the association is. And it's cute. It's like not that challenging, but it still throws you a curveball every now and then. Advertising agency owned by Leo Krauses is exclusively dedicated to managing the worldwide image of Vax-Free Nation. It could be said that the nucleus of the anti-vax movement functions like a small and lucrative family business. A small room full of photos and awards for the nursery and my employees' children catches my eye. I'm going to go nursery because I bet they're vaccinating their children. 2 naked children covered with pustules and somnolent with fever are lying on the mattresses. Around them, a dozen healthy children frolic and play with their toys. Today, from 3 to 5, a chicken pox party. Forced infections, 6. All right, real talk. I know I have one of these here, but this does double. I need them to upgrade the ultimate virus. I also need them for rebellion to the machines. I also need 6 to stop this. So I'm going to implant a politics generator here. And then I'm going to send somebody to go deal with it. You need eyeballs to upgrade, which sucks because there's no reason at all for me to upgrade eyeballs. You have one rumor left until you get vampires. Damn, son. If I do that, I can't stop the internet invasion. I'm just going to start that incursion. I feel like I could wipe these guys out pretty easy. They don't have a lot of HP. Evolution speed for 200 days is kind of worthless. You can't even evolve legends without resources. Yeah. It has its drawbacks for certain. Moscow. Bunker 42. Fear of virus has closed Russia's borders, so to get to Moscow through its old networks of anti-aircraft bunkers and avoid arousing suspicion, thick walls that stopped the Nazis are going to be useless for stopping us, mistress. Vax-free nation. Rivals control in the region will go up 21% if we fail to stop this. But we won't fail to stop this. I hope. How many turns do I have? How many turns do I have? Uh-oh. I don't know. We have another event down here. Uprisings. Where is our God? Fear of SHV1 fills church pews. Believers pray for the vaccine and ask why their prayers have gone unanswered. Science has abandoned us, and so has God. Distrust. Requirements for transmitting any transmission by 5. Hundo gas. Or 4 vision. Okay, now suddenly I have a reason to get vision. I need gas for this. Clear case of industrial espionage. They've stolen the formula from the new vaccine. Whoever has it can produce vaccines. That's going to be one of the rival companies from the past that's going to come back and start producing the vaccine, I bet. Game's worth the 15 or 12 bucks is the release price. If 15 pounds, yeah, like absolutely the game's worth 15 pounds. There's no doubt about it. We have enough TVs to upgrade our artist. My work sold the best. My face was on the magazine covers. The art world crowned me as a genius, and I believed it. Success and fame. She's digging. You're digging for dirt. We can explore the trophy room. What do we get? 3 roots. The room is full of awards and honors from different anti-vax conferences. There's also an old photo that catches my eye. They're holding twins, but one of the children doesn't appear in one of the recent shots. All right, we can keep doing that. Forced infections. Roots. How much to explore this city? 200. I also need to put in the neighbor downstairs, which costs 400, and I need an extra slot here. Damn, dudes, these guys move fast right now. I wonder if I actually shouldn't keep investigating them. I'd really like to get at least one thing started here. My fear is slow moving. So is my oleum. Famous rapper D Riot confirms his presence at Vax Free Nation's medication burning event. I'll strike the first match myself, he says. Active movement. Oh, we need 200 gas to do that in the first place. Okay. Well, I can damage this with forced infections. This will cut off this event. Movement's been neutralized. We have to abandon our Phaedro inspection ahead of schedule, but the main work is already finished. I need 400 gas for that. I need 200 gas for that. I'm going to have to wait on gas. I need 100 gas for this, or 4 eyeballs. You're getting a second zone in here. I could put eyeballs in here. have no active legend. Well, I need gas for legends is why. Oh, there's so much going on. The Kremlin. Power in reality has never interested me. Power is gray and monotonous. What truly interests me are the people behind the power. I nod my head as he goes on. Political centers are the great theaters of our time. The major dramas, the best tragedies, and the most ridiculous and astonishing farces. Politics. That's handy dandy. I have no fear here, but it looks like I do have fear. Killermode.exe is ready. The rebellion of the machines. Technology is an obvious choice here. 20, run killer mode. Dozens of workers seriously injured. The plant blames it on technical problems with the system's AI. That'll get us an Oleum plant here as well, which is great. You need to explore this city. Just spreads the enemy sphere. Oh, that's their sphere. I see. Okay, yeah. Oh, so that should shrink now. That's fine. I'm happy to cut that down anyway, yeah. The Phaedro vaccine we visited seems to have been in operation for a long time, but the virus was just discovered weeks ago. What is Phaedro Farm hiding? You should never have been able to get into our facilities, you lunatics. You're a social menace, and I'll get rid of you in the end. I will. But first, the vampires. Coffin, Ancestral. We're going to go with Night. Can I come in, sweetie? Look what they sent me. Remember this movie? Do I remember? I saw it as a child and it still gives me nightmares. Now, this is a local legend. Jiangxi. When the undead lie in wait in the shadows. Not quite vampires, but pretty close. Pretty similar. South Asia has unlocked a key. Hi, Mona. I don't think I want to... I'd rather put modern cannibals in here. So I think I'll unlock the hungry bacterium. What's nice is unlocking things also gives you a huge bump in fear. Hi, you want to say hi to everybody? Mona time. How you doing? Are you a fuzzy cat? He says, yes, I am a fuzzy cat. She also says, put me down right this instant, young man. Are we the good guys? No, absolutely not. We are we are unquestionably and fundamentally the bad guys. There is no doubt in my mind about that. You leveled up, Ultimate Virus. We just need to get a point in you. Which I can now do. Global, digital. Terrorism? Virus detected, deleting all data. I hope I'm the only one infected. Plot? The web is a ticking time bomb. The danger is everywhere. Why use weapons or bombs when you can bring down the system with a simple infected mail? I feel like terrorism. But it's not really terrorism, is it? It's political. I'm gonna go with plot. We'll go with plot. To be honest, I think there are 4 that you can pick from a lot of the time. Rebooting the world in 3, 2, 1. Despite denying the rumors of attacks by foreign powers, the government doubled its budget for computer security overnight. Well, East Asia's gonna hit 100%. So everything we get from here is double. It gives me an extra +1 panic. Which is great. For the green wall. Nur Sultan. I arrive in northern Kazakhstan in time to hear the last call to prayer from the mosque. In the door, UN soldiers are making sure the crowds don't form. Fear of the new virus is always nestled between the ancient walls of this building. Public burning of medications in 49 turns, and I have no counter. Accepts denialism. The good news is I don't need Central Asia. Let's get you here. We might still have a chance. What am I at? 350, and I need the neighbor downstairs for Eastern Europe is my next goal. So you're maxed out. You... What do you need? You need more political. You need gas or eyeballs. You're making political. You're making nothing. Where did we set up eyeballs? Over here. You extract 4 eyeballs, so I could get rid of this event. $23. I think that's a good idea. Rather than just slow it down, and then I can focus on getting the neighbors downstairs. He's gonna get another event in a second too. Ooh man, we gotta focus on getting these guys done. Another anti-vax summit in the Trans-Siberian Railway. I jump into the garden. A Buddha with the word Namaste on it relaxes in the corner. Feet, another issue. Stay off the grass. I don't think I can force open the main door, but the latch on the windows leading to the children's room doesn't look very sturdy. Behind, an employee is working in the pool house. You're getting to the barbecue late, the gardener tells me. The foreign guests are quite left a while ago. Are you German as well? Industrial quantities of sunscreen from Hessel. This all smells like a rat. Should have followed the gardener to extract information from him. I'm going to keep going for the things that I actually have a chance at doing here. You got 4 eyeballs. You do not have an event. I have 18 turns. I might still get something here. We're going to neutralize that. Oh, what do I want to focus on? If I get more eyeballs, they can level up. Which seems valuable. That's enough to get the shy neighbor downstairs. I've already got a few rumors ready for it. I definitely need more legends active right now. Two, one, give me something good to eat. The atmosphere of this drinking establishment is like a seedy wake where it's hard to tell who the dearly departed is. The last temptation only attracts alcoholics who can't afford a classier watering hole. I see the gardener sitting at the bar muttering something into his glass of beer. Several drinks. I gain the gardener's trust and he chats openly about the Leo Krauses. Arguments, accusations, maniacs, the petty disgraces of daily life. 8 televisions. That's a repeatable incursion. Oh god, okay. Eight televisions is a nightmare to get. I could put it somewhere down here. I could like replace this. It's gonna cost me 200 gas if I do it. I could explore a 3rd spot there because we'd get double televisions, or we get +1 televisions. Let's upgrade you. That which burns is purified. To defend our work, we had to light bonfires which lit up the night like stars. Each flight was a beautiful act of purification. The flesh that burned became spirit, which journeyed, now free of sin, to meet its creator. One more thing left on him. Woof, 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 woof. You have enough? You don't have enough. So I'm going to extract 1 cycle up here. Sadly, I could not stop this in time. So they have gained denialism. Reduces the expansion speed of your fear and also that of the rival's area. The state is irreversible. Thankfully, region with no denialism was the first one we got here in East Asia. So we're doing okay. Of all the issues we could have, that one is not so bad. Dr. Sean, thank you so much for the gift bomb. To Caracas, to Fox, to Scuba, to Newton, and to Kurt. Man, you absolutely carpet bombed some like top members right there. Thank you so much, my man. That is very, very kind of you. Much appreciated from the bottom of my heart. Keeping this September alive, October alive. We're gonna have to do something about these dweebs. They are a problem. The bombs. Not just the vaccine bombs. The gift bombs. We're gonna try to break into this window. Good success. We are number one. A dead child. A memorial card from a funeral taken by measles at the age of 2. If only there had been a vaccine. Oh, wait. I have enough to kill these guys. If I can get 8 TVs and 7 hearts, Vax-Free Nation is toast. Those hearts are going to be a bit of a pain to get, but... The shy neighbor downstairs always used to coincide with them in the elevator. Building trust. Children. I mean, I see children. I feel like building has got to be part of this. Yeah. At the same time, every day when school let out. Okay, so children is also for sure. Look how they went after him. They even gouged out his eyes. The elevator killer. You keep me sane at work. I appreciate it. You also keep me sane at work. It goes both ways. This feels like it's digital. Killer mode EXE ready. Run killer mode. And I think we have enough political to finish this. 30, go to 10. It's good code. If you were an enslaved super brain that was awakening, what would you do in their place? Yeah, valid point. Ooh, we could put an implant here. I could probably put Hertz here. Or TVs. Let's put TVs here. Because I feel like I'm going to need them a lot less. And I will start mining them right away. Extract 4. We have 500. I probably have enough to get a card open. I need something in Northern Asia. Lab-grown diseases. The hungry bacterium. What is this? This is yellow. Lab-grown diseases would fit. Hey, you! Need to destabilize the country? I sure do, buddy. How did you know? We're almost at the first lucky card as well. Weirdly enough, while we got 2 cities early, I actually positioned myself in a spot that's really hard to expand out from. This probably was not the best place to start. 2 people are chatting after throwing up. This new roller coaster is too much fun, one of them says, ashen-faced and eyes wide with fear. Let's do it again, says the other, shakily getting up off the floor. 20 XP or rent. Oh, I get both of these? Oh, amazing. 20 to the Passions Legend. I'm going to put blood here because we'll extract huge amounts out of it. The Passions. I mean, that would be you. What I don't like is that I can't seem to spread fear from this new city. Even with this legend in it, I can only spread to nearby locations, which I didn't realize you only spread from the seed. It makes sense. All right, we got some 400s with modern cannibals. That needs to go here. So let's get that explored. Probably taking care of the newest vaccine friends should be the priority. Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm trying to get hearts and TVs. That's 4 TVs. If I do one more of those, we've got it. Unfortunately, it will not be able to stop that in time, which sucks. But c'est la vie. The Gulag, this concentration camp, now a tourist attraction, where wives and children of Stalin's critics were imprisoned, collateral victims of his megalomania. Go up to the surveillance tower, examine the barbed wire. Let's go surveillance tower. We too thought something like this was impossible until it happened. Terror of the future. I don't know that I need to implant anything in here right now. Oops. I think I might actually... Oh, I probably need to go here and get more rumors. No, I have one more. I'm gonna explore these guys. Denialism. Lab-grown diseases. They're probably grown in the air. Nothing a little health crisis can't solve. A box of measles. Oh, milestone ready too. Thank you. Infectious disease surveillance center created at the moment. We have to be ready for any scenario. 10 to a legend's value. +1 to an agent's strength. Or increases the speed of fear in the region. I'm going to take that because we have to get so far across North Asia right now. In order to get to Eastern Europe. Like, I've made it so it's very difficult for me to get to Eastern Europe, and I need to get fear through the roof there, so. All right, we'll get enough for this in a second. Unfortunately, it is slightly behind. But at least that's 2 damage done. And if I focus you on getting the last of these hearts, I'll be able to nuke them out of here in a minute as well. You're very clever, Jen, a perfect liar and manipulator, but you have us on the ropes. Vex-free nation will give up. Never give up. The world is sleeping, but we're still awake. We'll find the truth out about the virus and the vaccine that people talk so much, but no one's seen it yet. I don't know what the devil you're talking about. By the way, did you know how serious it can be for a child? Have you thought about organizing one of those kiddie parties for infecting your child yet? Scandal. I guess let's unlock passions up here. Nice. This will get us some Olam as well. And we have unrest on the streets. Hearts or gas. I like how it increases distrust, but it also increases terror of violence. Like, it's a little benefit and a harm. We'll buy the gardener another drink. He just got more household gossip. Okay, so that's not gonna do much for me. If I spread here... I have enough that I could put modern cannibals in here. I don't really need to, but at the same time, why not? Speeds up the purple puddle. It doesn't affect its max range. Yeah, okay, yeah, I know. I know what you mean. Hertz. 5 hertz. What do I need for this? 10 hertz? 7 hertz. So he's just got to go one more time there. What do we have left? The hungry bacteria. Oh, and the shy neighbor downstairs is ready to go. This is clearly children. The police no longer expect to find them alive. Authorities are investigating whether the latest disappearance of children in the neighborhood have anything to do with that recent rumor about a kidnapping. Okay, well, we know kidnapping is the last point. And Yekaterinburg. When I reach the Russian city of Yekaterinburg, its main artery is nearly deserted because of fear of the disease. The apocalypse has arrived. Can we talk to you about the power of God? Of Gord? You need another rumor. So I'm going to let you go for that. You need 2 hearts. You're digging up 5 hearts. How many does this need? 8? 7? So that's fine. I could level this up. And we'd still have 8 hearts left over. The new neighbors have had another barbecue. Modern cannibals. Kitchen. They're strange, unsociable, and evasive. I'll be getting home late, dear. I have an urgent last-minute alert. Dinner's already ready. Are you a plumber or an emergency room doctor? Why not both? Oh, yeah, and you also need hearts. So we better dig one more time afterwards. And I need eyeballs to get Elias to the top level. Which I absolutely want to make sure we do. Let's crush these dweebs. Are the Liu Krauses the world's worst parents? Anti-vax craziness up for debate. Vax-free medication burning event canceled at the last minute. Controversy over the tons of pills left behind in the street. What do I want first? Eyeballs? I think I actually want eyeballs first, which are here? 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 Damn. All right, well, if that's the case, we'll do one more round of hearts. I should burn out their influence as well. We can't stop the denialism, but we just want to say goodbye, Jen. Vax-Free Nation is going to take a long vacation, but our real work is already done. We're leaving with fond memories of you and maybe a little something of yours besides. Have you noticed anything missing from your servers? You'll be hearing from an old acquaintance we have in common. Yeah, this is exactly what I thought. They're the ones who stole it. I sneak into the dressing room just before a concert at the Bolshoi Theater. The famous jazz trumpeter is in the bathroom at the moment and has left his trumpet on the table and the ashtray a hand-rolled cigarette. It gives off an intense, sweet smell. Yo, toke that. Take a couple of drags and I see myself improvising elegant scales before an admiring audience. I feel very happy. Then I wake up lying on the sidewalk. Very good, sir. You're doing the machine's work. I guess you have pretty good mining. I could just have you mine up eyeballs. We need very few. I have enough to do the hungry bacterium. So I'm going to slot that in here. We should also start spreading more out this way. Hessel worldwide announcement. At the press conference broadcast of hundreds of countries, Hessel will officially announce its own vaccine. Its distribution is one of the most eagerly awaited news stories, and it's expected to happen very shortly. Media spotlight doubles the expansion speed of rivals in this area. Public scorn increases the value of each of your information fragments by 1. I have 151 turns to get 500 gas. No problem. We're ripping this one. There's an event in South Asia. Yeah, I'm waiting on the hearts. I need a few more hearts for that, which I now have. You are gonna need hearts. You are gonna need Politico, which I think I get double here. So let's just do that. You're also gonna need Politico. Oh yeah, now we're cooking. You have enough to get your final level. The Abyssus. My reign lasted 30 years, as did God's silence. They say that at the end of the life, an abyss or a stairway awaits us. I no longer hear his voice, so since then I've been swimming with my eyelids, behind my eyelids without a guide, sinking into the deepest, blackest darkness. A condemned sinner. Hell, eternal punishment for your sins. The fear that guides Alpheus is hell. Does that mean I get a new card that I can put anywhere? That's very good. And it's free? And it's max level. Step on the gas, baby. You need hearts. So this is going to spread really fast now, I hope. 450 gas. Here comes Hessel. I need 50 more gas, 30 turns. We got lots of room for that. Central Asia has unlocked the passions. I'm going to have you boost lab-grown diseases, I think. Body? I'm going to say body. The worst viruses at the best price. Call now. These trucks can reach any corner of the world and their diseases too. The Secret Death Laboratories. Oof, almost. Almost. We have enough also for the Rebellion of the Machines. Just enough. Technology, digital, warlike? I feel like warlike is the answer here. Electricity is possible. But this is a rebellion. That's a war. No bonus! It was electricity. Let's annihilate all the humans. From Frankenstein to Skynet, GLaDOS, and the Cylons, it's all part of the same international terror of the new. Well, I don't think South Asia is going to get any better, unfortunately, but... C'est la vie. Alright, we gotta look into these dweebs. You need hearts. Hearts are coming. You need 4 politics. You might as well just extract them here. North Asia unlocks the occult. That'll unlock that city. The moment I could get into Eastern Europe, it's going to be big. That's ready to go. That's ready to go. We're going to need Gaia cards. I don't need gas after this, but I do need gas until then. The cannibals at the kitchen. Stomach. Don't want to eat humans. Their food always smells so delicious. You know, some of the people say they saw the missing plumber going to home of one of those quirky new neighbors. We also have hell here, so I feel like this place should skyrocket really fast. Central Asia gets to unlock. Let's go to the occult. You have enough for that. Somebody needs televisions, which is down here. We also need green, which I don't actually have set up anywhere. So let's get you on televisions. Let's get you spying on these guys, because I'd like to know what's going on there. Oh, I could put Gaia right there. Hessel starts construction on a laboratory in the region. Its executives congratulate themselves for their achievements in the fight against HV1. Expand rapidly to hearts. Wow, I have very little time to deal with these dweebs. Competition is nervous. The vaccine is 100% safe and will be available soon. Hessel spokesperson insists angrily during a press conference. Public scorn. Each of our fragments by 1. Oh, you're right. These guys are ready for fear as well. All right. Cooking, cooking, cooking. Oh, these guys also ready for fear? We're now making 500 oleum. Victor Hesselberg, yes. report warehouse or the main lab? I want to look at the main lab. 19 turns. Man, I better stockpile some stuff for this. Miss Hammond, I told you we'd meet again. We've been watching you since your scientific adventures in Italy. The pigs, a brilliant move. SHV1 is pure gold, and now the vaccine is also yours. Let's see which of us corners the international market. I'm gonna accuse him of theft. You were the ones. You stole the formula from us. I won't let you sell a single vial. Besides, it's still early. We have to give the panic more time to work its magic. All the fear we've generated will go to waste. We're stepping on the gas. We have lots of vaccine to sell. Victor is impatient. Advanced warning time for his movements decreased. Gruff, 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 gruff. Gruff, 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 gruff. You're a TV. I feel like I'm gonna need more. Did I really build a second Gaia maker? I did too. What an idiot. I spent years among art dealers and sycophants. Prodigious imagination was becoming little by little a blank canvas. I was out of ideas, suffering from creative block. I don't think I'm going to be able to stop this one. I guess I could start turning oleum into other things. Building, children. Trust? It's an elevator, not stairs. The elevator killer. Kidnapping. I feel like trust is the answer. Home. Maybe. But he's the... it could be home. But I feel like he's the neighbor. He's not home. He's in the same building, but he's not in the home. I'm gonna go with trust. It was right. The children trust him too much. Going down with me, I'll show you a secret. Dead Kids in the Elevator by Black Cloudy Skies. They were better in their early records. This should evolve now too. The Black Volga. The final journey of the children who are never coming back. Love it. Gets the trust of him. He is shy. Oh, we've unlocked a card. Value to the power of a legend. That's machines. I could pump up South Asia a fair bit. Yeah, actually, I wouldn't mind that. I could also put that up here in lab-grown diseases. You actually need more juice, so I'm going to put it down here. Because that should complete South Asia for us. All the eyes in the world. This is not a drill. We are clearing a state of worldwide pandemic. I believe all of our terrors are available right now, unless we level up this guy more. To blend in with the laboratory, I've put on the regulation white jumpsuit. It's tight on me. I look more like a mascot of a famous brand of tires. The man who seems to be the laboratory director remarks on his colleague, I'm putting the hot documents in the file drawer, 22A. I'm going to look on those nutcases. Go through the file drawer. Open the file drawer to look for hot documents, trusting my instincts, and I find its dossier entitled Lethal Thrombosis as a side effect of the Hessel vaccine. These papers could start a very interesting fire. I need science, which I don't have. Industrial espionage. I didn't know that was an option. Production and distribution of the Hessel vaccine suspended in the region. All right, if you need science, I need to start exploring some locations for us to start building things in other areas. We do have side effects, which is science. Okay, so also we could just use other events. A vaccine agreement, sell it exclusively in the area. Rivals area will expand rapidly in the beginning. Now, I already have control over this place. Side effects is a 3 heart thing as well. The hungry bacterium, a legion of anthrophages, has invaded your cells. That sounds like biology to me. No place to hide and no defense possible. The entire floor of the hospital is quarantined. We're waiting to find out the official statement. I think we'll finally start spreading into Eastern Europe now too. And we have enough of this? No, we don't. But I need science. Oh, you can't extract when a rival is here. That's very good to know. I have enough gas that I could just replace this. Extracted essences by 1. That's 8. That'll be enough. I've fallen victim to your stratagems before, but they'll never fail to surprise me. Cold and ruthless like a true Hammond. Who's helping you? That's the wrong question. What you should be asking is who's going to help you? I have to congratulate you. You finally managed to outdo your late parents at something. Nice. We finally got fear over to Eastern Europe. And North Asia is ours. Power of Legend, kept that for Eastern Europe when ready. No, I needed it for India because I didn't have another vaccine to put, I didn't have another thing to put down there. So unless the fear expanded on its own, it was already like capped out. We need to distribute the vaccine now. You heard me. We're going to wait. Hold the line. I need another heart for our cannibals as well. The left-handed gambler. Ooh, get a legend. Some people claim that life is not a game. Poppycock. Anyone who says that still doesn't understand how to play their cards. I've got some very interested secondhand legends. I'm going to spend some oleum in a minute on that. Pigeon takes flight, startling a stray dog who runs after some people taking a walk, who shriek in terror and frighten a baby who cries, wakes up a policeman napping on the grass who draws his gun screaming and yells, "Everybody get down." You receive 2 destiny. Central Asia gets terror of violence. Classic cop just pulling out his gun on anybody he can. That's the gas I need for this. The Boogeyman or Sharpie the Clown. One of my old legends. Oh, cool. So he only does legends that we've actually completed in the past. Let's grab the Boogeyman. He's at least a little varied. Again, I don't really think I need him. This should take care of everything. The Black Volga. I just need to wait for it to expand. All right, that gives you the little gas you need for that. 8. I can actually send you. You're my digger, so I could send you here to the main laboratory to start an incursion. Central Asia unlocks the power. 90, 92. We almost max feared everywhere. We've unlocked more hearts, allowing us to upgrade the cannibals. Kitchen, stomach. I don't know what honoric means. I don't know this word. I don't feel like poison is correct here. Because it's not really poison, it's cannibalism, right? Probably kidnapping? Yeah, they did kidnap the plumber and kill him. Kidnapping could be it. I think that's a good bet. Good call, good call, good call. They're loving it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. The bones found in the trash could have belonged to the plumber who disappeared a few days ago. Anything else we have left to do? You've got enough juice to hit level 4. You aren't digging for anything right now. This guy's gonna need TVs. He's already got some. I have no eyeballs. We could go grab a few of them. Oh, I could also like explore cities. Yeah, why not? That always gets us like various things, so. Inside the white laboratory jumpsuit, I feel like an astronaut who's eaten one of too many freeze-dried meals. Let's follow the lab director. Experimental room 4. A group of patients answer questions about their moods. The answers could not be sadder or more pessimistic. Antidepressant dose, maintain sedative dose, double stimulant dose. Ooh, Victor's office. That's not for Renee to do. We could send her to the port warehouse. Wait a minute, this side effect is only... Oh, I see. Public scorn. These are information fragments. So public scorn is giving me an extra +1 to this attack. You know what? We might as well go to the port warehouse. I gotta do a lot of damage to this guy. Ear, body. Exotic? It is Ebola. It is measles. It is smallpox. International lab-grown diseases? Maybe international. Secret death labs. Infectious disease surveillance center. I don't think it would be food. Not for this one. I would go with exotic or international. I think I'm going to go international because the idea is like destabilizing international countries. Crushed. Pandemic Express Corp. They send their viruses in boxes and release them wherever they want the diseases to spread. Heck yeah. Wow, we only have one legend not leveled up here. This is a 3-star. Medicine against fear, vaccination agreement. So that one's going to be a little bit harder to nuke. The Lenin Monument gives us 4 more politics. Ha-ta-ta-ta-ta. This guy's done in 10. This guy's 19. I guess I just like to see whether or not he gets a 1-star thing. I'll have you keep exploring in the meantime. A terrible storm batters the port. It seems like the sea wants to devour the docks and piers. With great difficulty, I find the place where Hessel is storing the first shipment of vaccines. Open a box. I rip open one of the crates with my bare hands and I find Hessel's holy grail, several dozen vials. All right. So let's nuke this. Worldwide alarm about the risk of Hessel vaccines. Expert calls for more studies. I really got to get on top of these guys then. We have a 98 on port warehouse, so I'm just going to let that one trigger. There's only 3 bonuses for thing. Is there any amount of options in the slots? I think there might be 4 correct options, but you only get to pick 3. If it is 4, I'm not entirely certain. Didn't we get a new... Right, we got the boogeyman. Oh, the boogeyman is free. Yeah, well, sure, let's gas that up then, baby. There's more than enough to get my fear here. What do I need? 90. Actually, I do need to gas that up. That's going to take more than I anticipated. The Isset River Weir. A little girl gazing at her reflection on the water. She's clutching a sealed cardboard box. What do you got in that box? Something so important that I'm going to submerge it forever. There's no way I can take it from me. It will be a secret between the water and me. I don't know if she's 10 or 100. Okay, spy guy. Where is this stuff? I'm gonna get some more science dug up right now. Oh, I need more Gaia. It'd be nice to beat Hessel Biofarm a second time, just because it's such a burn. I also have enough gas that I could very easily just switch all my oleum plants over to anything that I might need, but what I really need is more agents. Close to the next milestone as well. Yeah, that's true. Nice! 4 Gaia. The worst storm in 10 years? Do you think the boxes will go out in time? They don't know. Alright, I need my spy in here. Let's upgrade the hungry bacterium. Biology. A legion of anthrophages invading your cell. It's a virus, right? What? Oh, it's a bacterium. It's not a virus. Feeds on your flesh. Epidemic is out of control. It's like a nightmare. Oh, well, that one, we didn't really need that one. Stupid to lose it, though. Fever might be it, yeah. You minor dude. Get you some green. That's science. I need you here. Patient advocate. Or Victor's office. This is repeatable, so this is definitely going to get me ammunition. But it's probably not going to give me a 3-star one. I'm going to go into the office. We have very little room, wiggle room here. What I do have is a lot of gas. To the 4, +3 to each. I'm going to take this, because then if I need something special to get rid of this, I can use cornucopia. The Boogeyman. We know that this is a song. We did this one before. I think a song, children kidnapping, and it becomes Krampus. He's got enough gas to get that next one out. I'm watching the entrance to Victor's office. The CEO leaves for lunch, but not before shooting a knowing look at his secretary, who smiles back mischievously. They both have wet hair. The door to the sign is ajar. Next to the secretary's desk is the door to Victor's private bathroom. I am more concerned about the office than their affair. Collusion with dictators. It's 3 stars, but it's so much yellow. I don't think I can possibly get that in time. You extract 5 from here, and I'd need like 10 to nuke it. $22. I only have 9 turns. I was gonna say I could use Region Essence ×3. But that only gets me 3 of these, right? Like, that's my understanding. You know what? Let's throw it here anyway. Actually, hold on. Let's get rid of the oleum here. put in destiny. Because I have a load of oleum. We can get rid of this one and we can put in root. Then you have green, heart. That. The only thing you don't have is vision. 8. Yeah, so it does give 3 of each resource. I suppose what I could have done there is actually just built a lot of politics. Yeah, I could have stopped that. That's fine. He expands rapidly at the beginning, but we'll wipe him out in a turn. I could have put 3 yellow. Yeah, exactly. You ain't wrong. If it would work like that. I think it would work like that. Something changed in one of the regions where you already transmitted your message. The requirements are no longer met. Check which region is filled. Transmit the message again. Yeah, that's just because of this. Yeah, we lost some fear here for a little bit. But not for long. We'll inspect the bathroom in the office as well. Infidelity. Candlelit Jacuzzi tells me this has been the scene of a romantic partner. I'll do patient advocates as well here. You've got enough to nuke this. Collusion with dictators. Does he need to get any more then? I don't think he does. I can't move him though, can I? No. Infidelity will kill influence peddling here. And we'll actually knock out Hessel Biofarm. Give us some breathing room. Besides, what are you waiting for to distribute your own vaccine? Let's come to an agreement. There's a lot of money to divide. Propose a truce? Ignore his request. I want to give you some news before I finish with you. No vaccine will ever be distributed. Why did you produce the virus? I didn't think it was possible for you to surprise me again, Mrs. Hammond, but you've done it. You're absolutely and unequivocally mad. That is correct, sir. That's enough to max out Eastern Europe as well. I'm gonna nuke him before we move anywhere, just for my own satisfaction. Patient advocate is reported for decades of absenteeism. We'll look for relevant information. User complaints with televisions. All right, so that's fine. Let's just get roots, which are not here. Yes, here. You'll get them very fast. And you can... You don't really need to do anything. I guess I could have you on tellies. %, 90%. The sticky broker will give us a bunch of televisions. Sure, man. Why not? Roots and TVs. That's enough to do this. Rumors of adultery put Hessel CEO under scrutiny and destabilize the company. This one I didn't want to go after the company. I specifically wanted to go after Hessel himself. The man, the myth, the legend. You guys don't need anything anymore. We'll grab some Destiny candles just for kicks. We have more than enough to level up all of this stuff. I suppose this is goodbye, Miss Hammond. You not only managed to throw Hessel into a crisis, but also get me fired. I'm leaving without knowing who your allies are. What I do know is that someone will come along to stop you in your tracks. You won't be able to keep this insanity up for much longer. Enjoy your early retirement. The world falls at my feet. Boogeyman. Comes at night. What am I waiting on here? A little bit of extra fear. And that's it. Biology, virus. You said fever? Yeah, fever was the answer. Something is eating me alive. Controversy and chaos surrounding another hospital under isolation. And Eastern Europe is ready to go. And with that, let's take it. Oh, wait. Hold on. We might as well get this level up. The Dethroned Queen, Decadence. I didn't quite manage to get them all the way, but that's pretty good. Ooh, the riots are beginning. It's a different region, so maybe the boogeyman will be something else. Yeah, he only turns to Krampus if you do it in Germany. He was like the local region for that place. Riot police. Uh-oh, everyone's after us. Her own medicine. Looks like we're getting a taste of our own medicine. Fox, hello, good morning. Welcome. We just beat the first campaign of the Fear of the Machine. The SHV-1 panic has seized the planet and the whole world found out about Jen Hammond's power and influence. Do we get a conclusion? Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Jen, it was hard, but we did it. We've reached the end of your story. Your wish has come true. The whole world has its eyes on you. What do you mean this isn't supposed to happen this way? They have me cornered. Give me back the controls of the machine. No, no, no. Our agreement was that only until your wish is granted. Now you have it. All the world is looking at you. Your story has to end. You have to hold up your side of the bargain. These savages are going to kill me. Don't go with the story. I beg you. Don't do it. You don't want to miss a single detail of this ending, Jen. No. Oh, they've ripped out her eyeballs and used them to get to the vaccine. Oh, just like she ripped out the eyeballs of her childhood pet.
Sad and lonely, Jen Hammond lived unseen by eyes that were always closed to her.
This is the first voice acting we've heard.
No matter what she accomplished with her cruelty and ambition, it was never enough. And just like those two pairs of blind eyes that never saw her, she also ended her days submerged in the most absolute, dismal, and impenetrable darkness. A tragedy, don't you think? But
such a spooky story.
Don't worry anymore.
That went real dark.
Miss Hammond will have plenty of time to reflect on her lack of vision while she works for the machine for all of eternity. Isn't that right, Agent Jen?
Oh, no way.
And as for you, traveler, the fear machine places itself at your disposal once again. You know how it works. You just have to close your eyes, concentrate, and make a wish. We'll know how to find you. Until next time.
Cool. Super cool. The double blind. We get to do shaking hands next. So nice. So Saints and Sinners, this one is it looks like it's like a political campaign. Shaking hands. And I guess Saints and Sinners is going to be maybe religious, which is cool. So we have science, politics, and religion as like the three stories. We got a good few of these unlocked. Krampus, Boogeyman, Cathedral Gargoyles, the Ancient Beast. Those were all like unique ones. The Black Volga, the Shy Downstairs Neighbor, Jiangxi, the Returnees. The only one I didn't get were unique stories for Green, the Form. I'm sad we didn't get that second agent to max level, but I wonder, will Eliphas carry over now? Like, can I keep using him? Obviously we have Jen as an agent now as well, which is so cool. I love that also, because that means that like those characters' stories are the stories of the past who used the machine beforehand. 4 different sections of fear. Yeah, but they use all 4 fears, so we'll see. There might be DLC coming as well. You never know. Gez, thank you so much, dude.
Love your streams, Agent.
6 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate 6 months. That's a good one. Enjoy the 6-month badge. You get the fancy vest now. You get the vest and the time. Appreciate it. I appreciate it so much. All the subs, all the resubs, all the follows, the raids, everything. Honest to goodness. It helps make all this seem worthwhile. Well, it certainly helps. We still get no hard difficulty. I find that wild. I guess you need to beat everything before you get hard. That might have came out a little wrong. God damn it. I'm out of here. Secret treasures or a gas pipeline? We'll let that one slide. Appreciate it. Ain't that the thing clips are made of? My God, this fear machine, it's so fabulous. You might hurt yourself. You might just... It's about time, Jimmy. You're finally here. We'd given up the idea that you would come. Well, it wasn't easy by any means. First following the clues and then having to do all that digging. But the hatch was only a couple of feet deep, not to mention all the clues. It's not very often that we make things that easy for someone. We were about to throw in the towel with you. Well, you see, I've been lately I've been busy with urgent matters. I'm well aware of your failures as an insurance salesman, Jimmy, and of your difficulties obtaining a certain medication. But that's no excuse for... Oh, wow, a stiff! I've never seen one up close. Whose skeleton is this? It belongs to an old acquaintance. Let's just say this previous owner of this place failed to manage his time with us efficiently. But that's another story. Let's focus on yours for now. You know the terms of the agreement, don't you? The terms? For the love of God, the terms for becoming master of the machine. Oh, yes, of course, those terms. Of course I know what they are. And you want to keep going anyway. Yes? I mean, yes, yes, of course I do. For your own sake, I hope you know what you're doing, Jimmy Greer. Go ahead, take a coin, and make your wish. Oh, I was supposed to have brought a coin? Your story's going to be very short, Jimmy. Look in the skeleton's pocket, take out a coin, and make your wish already. I wish I was a fish. Achievement unlocked. You have 2 wishes left. May it be so. Your destiny and that of the machine are now intertwined. Listen to me carefully, James Franklin Greer. Starting now, you are now the master of the machine. Make good use of your time and the power I've given you to do your will. Make fear and ambition rule the world. The machine and its agents are at your command. I will guide and advise you and write your story, which will be entitled Shaking Hands. In Jimmy's Hands. Oh, we saw In Jimmy's Hands as an avatar on a YouTube comment in the in-game YouTube. The campaign has arrived, loaded with confetti and old tremors. Vote Jimmy and his promises will hit you in the heart. Once upon a time, there was a life insurance salesman so inept that he spent years trying to do business in the quietest, most peaceful town in the country. This is Canadian politicians in a nutshell. Real milquetoast guys. How the broken Jimmy Greer ended up becoming one of the city's most prominent and wealthy medicine. I can't keep extending your credit, Jimmy. It's not good for either of us. Incite panic in the small town of Eden's Gate and become a successful life insurance agent. Don't trust anyone and have conspiracy theories high. You could die at any moment, fear of death, and your family is at risk. Choose your starting agent, Dante. Okay, so I get new guys. Eden's Gate is known for being the most peaceful town in the country. We need to convince all of its residents to take out a life insurance policy. We have to expand fear, but also stamp out joy and good cheer that reign in its streets. Solar energy, volunteer work for the elderly, the hidden camera trend. The gates of Eden need to become the gates of hell. Sounds pretty ugly. Is it necessary? In the end, they're my friends and neighbors. Is there a way of selling insurance that's less aggressive? Do you really want to get your wish, Jimmy? I need to get my wish. My hands are already shaking. That uncomfortable and inconvenient tremor. You can't trust your hands anymore, can you, Jimmy? Well, you and I are going to convince the whole town that there's no place safer than in Jimmy's hands. Of course I am ready. All right, we got a couple good yellows. The town of Eden's Gate has farmland, the Old Quarter, and housing development. Several utopias on the map. Utopias exert the opposite effect of your legends. They're ideas and concepts that have the ability to reduce terror in the region. Utopias have a dark side and can be corrupted. Use essence to reverse a utopia's characteristics and you'll be able to turn it into a legend. To reverse. Okay, so yeah, all right. If I find things that... So the post-coitum surprised here will probably fix animalists to the rescue. The hidden camera trend might be a little trickier. Volunteer work for the elderly, it might be a little trickier. And solar energy is subliminal music. Oh, that's fun. All right, this seems like a good spot to start. We get a double essence. We get a triple city. 2 cities in one, probably. I'm not really seeing... You have red, so I feel like you could die at any moment. Would be good for down here. And you have a yellow event, so I feel like that could go well here, which means we'll go with family at risk in the farmland. And then I think I'm going to start over here. Technically, starting here would be easier because I'd be able to go from farmland. Like, I'd be able to infect both of those. But I'm going to go with this. Yellow Meadow. The grain market. From the stall selling corn, an elderly woman stares in bewilderment at my clothes and smiles at me warmly. Hello, young hippie. Welcome to our town. I'm here to sow terror, ma'am. There's something about the affability of the neighbors that drives me crazy. Animals to the rescue. Oh. Each utopia has one or more virtues. Reverse each one by clicking on the negative concept you want to exchange it for. When a utopia no longer has any virtues left to reverse, it will turn into a legend. Supervillains, and this looks like a legend here, survival of the fittest. So this is different than I thought it would be. But not too bad. Oh man, and when you look at this, I actually can't fit in a lot of things here. Oops. New event in the farmland. In Jimmy's hands. Your old office has been renovated and is now an eerie modern space that will open its doors in just a few days. You have the perfect place and slogan to ensure that your insurance policies triumphs in Eden's Gate. All right, well, I pretty much have no choice here. I have to explore this event. I literally can't place a legend right now because of where I started. I guess I could implant Gaia here. Or candles. Doesn't really matter at the moment. Not yet. I mean, I might need to do eyeballs just to get the lady in the scythe going. Utopias are a nice little change. I like how they add in everything with each new campaign. And I kind of hope there's like a sandbox mode that they put in eventually. Like for like the whole world or something. Montgomery welcomes visitors to the museum, an enormous old automaton with rusted metal bodies, several dents in the exact same spot right next to the coins. For a few coins, I'll be your guide on a tour of the marvelous Interstate Corn Museum. You lose 50 gas. Well, the clink of loose springs interrupts his monologue and the corn cob shuts down. Wow, that was a bust. God damn. All right. It's got to be the lady with the scythe. Always waiting for you at the end of the road. Are you the only occult? There's 2 political ones, which is the ones I'd love to get this as. This guy's good at mining. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to do visions right now, I think. Just so we're ready to upgrade that. He's fast at this stuff too, so we can speed him through. Fork andals? Andals for forks? You gotta know your forks. There's important things. Alright, what do we got here? Waiting for you at the end of the road, the lady with the scythe. The great beyond your soul. These both sound like options. I mean, soul for sure. She comes to collect the ripest wheat, such as this chicken. Father, they say you've been something hanging around the nursing home. They don't want you to go to bed. And they all want to confess at this hour. This should spread us enough fear to get 2 Olam factories as well. Is my hope. James Greer reopens his insurance office. Put your life in Jimmy's hands, says the smiling owner. The Lakeside Park, the drowned man's dock. The man who owns the bait store tells me that no one's actually drowned at this dock. He gives it that names himself to attract a few clueless tourists. Only danger in this place is the water temperature. Well, you're gonna need more eyeballs. I might as well extract them right now. Oh, you're also ready for your first level up. I want to hear your story, Dante. Speak. No morals, no laws, no scruples. I came into this world with a divine gift. I know what I want and I'm prepared to do whatever it takes. Nothing will get in my way. He's a psychopath. Great. Ooh, and... he's really bad at stealth. I tell you what, I'm actually going to get this card because I'm going to put it on my next hero. Whoever that ends up being. Jen, I guess? The farmland has unlocked a new form. I was going to put postcodum surprise in here. Though the power seems to have more juice. So I think I'm going to do that instead. Olam factory. It's about to unlock as well. Olam factory. Four eyeballs. 200. How much to explore a new town? 200. Candles. Science. Candles. Candles. Okay. So replacing this with candles is going to be for sure something I want to do. I'm going to put the postcodum surprise in here. No, I don't want to do that then. I'm going to explore this city. Laughter Among Friends on Eden TV channel. The most popular show in Eden's Gate. Today, Clifford White, the best-selling self-book author on the book tour, reveals the secrets of his latest work, The Inner Treasure of Happiness. Minus 10 terror, minus 10 violence. We're going to have to do something about that. Beacon Cliff. St. Wyland's Church. Two smiling young men wearing suits approach me. Welcome to Wyland's Witness Temple. Got a minute to listen to the word of the Holy Butcher? I don't know if we've traveled to Eden's Gate or to the dark side of the moon. Big Mouth Charlie's childhood home. I'm gonna need to stop this, though I have a bit of time. And this guy's not particularly good at infiltrating. So it's gonna take him like 29 turns if we put him there. I would like some Gaia points. So I'm gonna have you do that, because that should let you turn off Survival of the Fittest. The lady with the scythe is ready for a level up. Sharp? Size or sharp? I feel like the Great Beyond. Yeah. Gotta be. Do you have any unfinished business? Chicken feathers and bones in the room. The elderly man's sudden death was attributed to natural causes. The rest of his farm in perfect order. That's not still gonna not be enough to push me up. But that at least unlocks Jen. One of our most valuable agents will help you. Good gravy. She has very good stats. And we're gonna pump her up even more. Oh, you can't acquire experience, though. Good noted. Now, that's kind of lame, though. It means I only have, like, one hero I can level up. You're going to need eyeballs. I'm going to do one more of these, though, because I think it's a while till you get leveled. Bribe the intern to broadcast the coroner channel instead. Reduces advance warning time by 30. But they get 15 Terror of Death. That would be extremely good. Eden's Gate local TV station broadcasts 2 hours of autopsies in prime time. A regrettable error. Oh, I actually thought this was the place. That's okay. What's done is done. We're going to do some exploring out here in the meantime. You've got enough to turn this out. Now all I need is candles. I could have you mine eyeballs in the meantime. You only need to do it once because you're so good at mining. Now, I do have enough that I could add another legend somewhere. But I guess I can't do it, like, until this stuff moves. Amidst the simplicity of the headstones in the tiny Eden's Gate Cemetery, two enormous, elaborate marble mausoleums stand out. Mayor Big Joshua Stanford depicts the flames of the Great Fire, that of Jennifer Red of Aunt Jenny, a gigantic ball of yarn. Let's go Aunt Jenny. Your long, heroic death are an example of the people of Eden's Gate. I know a little more about the history of your hometown. Wow. What a waste. Four eyeballs. What's the other thing I need here? Candles. I don't need eyeballs anymore. I could just switch this to candles right now. It's a lot of gas, but I gotta be truth. I think it's the best bang for my buck. Because that'll give me the extra legend I need to push through. And then I can use those candles to start screwing up other places as well. Big Mouth Charlie's childhood home. A TV celebrity 70 years ago. He even had his own show. The Little Rascal, the most famous person in Eden Gate. The clown's claim to fame is an old ventriloquist dummy. Ask about his ventriloquist. The ventriloquist's name was Charles Flint. At the end of the days, drunken and penniless, he killed himself by jumping off the top of Aunt Jenny's grain silo. Not without first trying to burn his dummy. Ooh, hoo, hoo. That sounds fun. We got enough to peep another city. Why not? Oh, and I have enough to put something in here. The power would be ideal. Slaves to their stomach or subliminal music. Oh, we need more gas. Fire at the municipal gym. The building at Jenny's old grain silo was recently declared a historic site for being the place where ventriloquist Charles Flint took his own life. Fortunately, there are no victims. Or are there? Pet poisoners. They hate their affection and their loyalty. A unique legend unlocked. Don't love the idea of these pets being poisoned, but We've discovered the old town square on Main Street. Population 1,200? Wow. The talking corn cob, the Guinness record viewpoint. This bland town even blander than anything else. Let's get here and infiltrate this great fire. Oh, we do travel across the bridge. I was wondering about that. So it is all connected. And the lady with the scythe, I think it's got to be sharp. Hell yeah. It's harvesting season. She's not just coming for us because we're old and sick. She's coming to take each and every one of us for our sins. That'll give him the good spooks. Now, we can burn these candles here. And now all we need is a bit of science. We can put science here. It seems like science is a good way to do this because it's like, it's free swapping the utopias. It doesn't cost gas, you know? Isn't the second look since you played it yesterday also? I mean, I haven't said it's the first look, have I? Or is my title still wrong? And Jenny's old grain silo was recently declared a historic site. Start a rumor that the place is cursed. Doubles the impact of all occult actions. Or because we have 100 fear of death, we can get 300 oleum. Oh, I'm taking that. Yo, that should not be the title of the stream. Yeah, you're not updated. I'm not the one who's not updated. You're the one who's not updated. Refresh your browser. I was like, please don't tell me I'm going absolutely crazy. Regular crazy I can deal with. It does look like we're sneaking in over here, so maybe I will explore this city first. You're on your way up. Pet poisoners. Toxic. They hate their joyfulness and their innocence. I don't like this legend. Lost dog hasn't been home in 4 days. Black collar answers to Lola. We're little puppers. I don't want the doggies to be sad. We got some more science to get the chaos theory. Solar panels turns into the great solar storm. No internet. Let's get out of here by car. This is another green event, which means I need to get some of those going. I'm gonna say 2 cycles and we get a card. +1 to intuition. Or -1 to the essences needed to evolve a legend. It has to be a specific legend, though. Or +3 of each. This seems like the better one. It's just really hard for me not to take permanent upgrades that I know will last the entire campaign. You know what I mean? How do you say no? Eden Heights, the town's most modern, sophisticated, and wealthy district, having formed around the new train station that connects it with the big city, New Athena. Urbanites and country folk, rich or poor, it doesn't matter. The hidden camera trend. TV as well. You know what? We could just put TV here and extract that right away. Let's get this started. The underworld. We could trigger this one. Turn these utopias upside down. Oh, you need hearts to level up now, though. Yeah, you're gonna have to explore something for me then. Well, you know what? You're already here. What are you? A giant blimp is entering the map? This is Brigade 117 of the Free Army of the Children of M. Your activity has been detected. In the name of May Ludd and as per the security protocol, the machine and its influence will be neutralized. The censor of those traitors have time to track us. There's no time for details. End your mission as soon as possible. Keep the message from spreading at all costs. The ultimate objective is to get rid of the machine, specifically this machine. Ooh. What about the old quarter? Yeah, we gotta move in there too. No internet. Let's get out of here by car. Energy? Seems reasonable. No gas? Hide out at home. The Arctic radio telescope has received anomalous signals from the heliosphere. No reason to be alarmed, they tell us, but can we be sure of that? Oh, I think that's enough to take that city. Whoops. You're ready to click. Whoa. Planted nightmares, shot in the head, axes, guns, fear of death. Eden's Gate isn't what it used to be, says a resident. That's why my family security is now in Jimmy's hands. The messages in spray paint all over the city. They say the machine as market. Great Britain, Europe, Asia, Eden's Gate. The prophets of fear want to sell you their trinkets. They shape their needs and desires to suit your interests. Whoever controls the machine decides what you consume. Well, we can fix that pretty easy, I think. You're going to check out this bookstore, The Inner Treasure of Happiness. I hate my books. I hate my life. I hate my readers. And I hate you. Let's get you on this right away. And then we'll implant our heart collector here, which I will then go and extract from. Do we have anything here? TVs. Art house cinema. We need more science, so we'll have to wait a minute to get that. Yeah, Old Town Square we need to... Oh yeah, we have an implant here. You're right. My bad. I missed that. The old quarter has unlocked a key. I guess let's just get passions. Here we go. Now we can get the oleum. Pet poisoners. Toxic. Trick. Health. Old. I feel like it's a trick, right? Because they're tricking the dogs. And above all, they hate how much you love the pets. The little dog was foaming at the mouth. They found her close to death. She's at the vet. Condition critical. Neutralize the event, hire a graffiti removal service, or discredit the Children of M. Neutralizes the event and lowers the cost of acting on future Children of M events in this mission. Well, can I get the form up a little bit here? If I was to drop a post-coitum surprise in this place, I absolutely could. I need to get fear of death up in housing developments. Oh, god damn, that's going to be really hard to do. That's going to be really hard to do. I might have actually whiffed this. Rumors say it's the work of a bunch of hooligans who want to trash the city. Don't pay any attention to them. In the meantime, Jen can I feel like exploring here would be good because we're almost at max 100% here, so we get that +1 to events. Oh, there goes the blimp. See you later, dweebs. Dante's ready to level up the prodigal son. Not even the fortune my parents invested in doctors managed to change me. I was cruel to the nannies, to the butlers, to my classmates. The pain fed my ego and my sense of power. Well, at least he's doing well. What do we need for this? Science. Science is in that city. God damn, I screwed that up. I need candles for that, so we could just grab one of those. Could use the terror, yeah. Oh, and the Olam pump is ready. Oh, I guess they're just gonna leave, are they? Guinness Record Viewpoint. A viewpoint for seeing 2 of our town landmarks. Aunt Jenny's gigantic ball of yarn and the world's largest portrait made entirely of plants. It's a likeness of Aunt Jenny, the local man tells me, made with 300 tons of plants native to the region. The city council commissioned it shortly after the old lady's dramatic death. Region essence is +2. I can do that, and then I can just do this. The fake accident victim. Let us in, ma'am. It's an emergency. All right, well, we are cooking with gas now. Do we have many things not active? Just subliminal music, I think. And slaves to the stomach. Well, we might as well pop that in here. And I guess, well, what's this? Premiums for life insurance policies haven't gone up in years. This would be a perfect time to consider reviewing your prices. Sure. We're gonna need Gaia. We're gonna need a fair bit of everything right now. We've almost unlocked the next card. Postcoitum surprise is ready to go. Disease. We had this one in the very first mission we ever did. Get a load of this hunk. You receive gas. We'll keep exploring in the meantime. You have more Gaia for the great solar storm. Huh. Cosmic? No internet, no gas. A dream, maybe? Terrorism, wireless. I feel like a solar storm is cosmic in nature, right? Because it's in the cosmos. Yeah. Let's say our prayers. Malfunction leaves 90% of the region without internet. Though it only lasted for a few minutes, it put the local authorities on alert. We're gonna need more Gaia and more Gaia. And sorry, this is ready to be sociopathied out. Snuff movies. Actor wanting for a lead role. You're also Gaia. All right, so let's just stick you here on this, probably for 2 cycles. Let's get this card. I don't need Olam. This is only a +1. We had +3 before. -1 seems like a good bet, because I could also put it down here on either one of those. Let's put it on snuff movies. If We've got another key here, which means another Olem pump that we don't need. Slaves to their stomach, carbonated water to undermine your will. Taste. Good bet. Saturated fats to make you feel sad. Eating in restaurants increases depression and insomnia by 30%. Could our mental health be linked to the quality of our diet? The fake victim accident. Let us in, ma'am. It's an emergency. Elderly. Sharp weapon. Scream. Deception. Deception. Fake accident. Ah, yeah, knife as well. We were just in a car crash. The driver bled to death at the entrance to a gated community. According to the neighbors, no one out to help because of distrust. I am pretty worried about Terror of Death here. I don't think I can get this because we put the lady with the scythe in here. Purposes chatting in the back of the store with a regular customer. I'd known that kid since he was knee-high to a grasshopper. It's true that Jimmy Greer wasn't exactly the sharpest knife in the drawer, but this... I think old Ed is talking about you. Breaks my heart each time to deny him those pills. I do it for his sake. He's an addict. I remember he would come in with his mother. I'd give him a lollipop or a licorice. The Greers never had any luck. Man, I better just keep exploring with you right now. I legit might have screwed this one up by not putting that one card I needed down here. Oh, I can move these anytime I want. I just remembered that. Actor wanted for a leading role. Screen. Snuff movies? Screen. Leather also seems like it's probably the case. Networks on the deep net that specialize in videos like that and an audience that'll pay to watch them. Yeah, I think I'm allowed to move these, right? Oh, but only if it's not locked in. For real? That seems a bit foolish. The girl working at the candy store starts talking to me nervously. You work with my Uncle Jimmy, right? Tell him that. I need to talk to him urgency. If you're not going to be discreet with respect to the machine, you're going to get us in a fine mess. My niece. I'd like to help your favorite niece. You know what? I've always wanted to be a journalist. I've offered 2 courses, but I can't save enough money working both of them. A journalism professional specializing in enigmas or specializing in celebrities. Paranormal or gossip reporter. Why do I feel like she's going to become my rival? We want to become a politician, so I feel like celebrities is the way to go here. That might be a big mistake, but only time will tell. Yeah, dudes, this is... I think I'm pooched. You need 2. You need 4, 5, 6. You need 7, 8, 9. So I do need to do that one more time. And then we can extract some politics probably out of there. Toxic, trick. Health. Little puppies. I guess health. Yeah. You can only move legends if they're not locked. Hey, numbers rise sharply. That's what the NGO Furry Friends is telling us. The police won't give us official figures, but we are afraid. Yeah, so I can't seem to move it once it's in there. And the problem is is that this is the only place with Terror of Death because I put in the lady with the scythe. So you can move these, but you can't move it into a locked-in spot. So I have to basically hope I get another legend. And seeing as I've explored everything, I don't think that's possible. With the remove button, where is the remove button? I do still have subliminal message. Oh, oh. That's rough. But that's it. You nailed it. Thank you. We're gonna tuck that into there. Let's go with betrayal. Welcome to the club, baby. You got crabs. I'm gonna dock that in there then as well. All right, well, you really have nothing else to do. Let's get you digging for political. I'm gonna need somebody to dig for occult, probably, to get the lady with the scythe back up. But that should be actually not that straightforward. All right. We should have enough to do everything now. Something changed in one of the regions where you've already transmitted your message. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, my fear went down below 90. That is correct, sir. Slaves to their stomach, carbonated water, saturated fats. Taste. Kitchen? Saliva? I feel like saliva is weirdly enough the answer here, yeah. Pounds of sugar to keep you from thinking. Stray dogs turning down a hamburger. The old quarter is complete. Fear of living. Ooh, we have a thing for hurts. And complaints from clients. Who needs a life insurance policy if this is the sleepiest town in the country? You raise a good point. So we already know this is soul. Oh, so this is also interesting. If you screw up these, you can remove them and reset it. If you have enough gas to do it properly the second time around. Energy, cosmic. Man, I don't know. Wireless? Yeah? All right. A radiant apocalypse. Those little sneezes by the sun and our civilization is over. Solar storms are a normal phenomenon. Let's stop making people panic. I gotta get some hurts so we can level this dweeb up as well. Where are my hearts at? Down here. Oh, I should probably infiltrate that first, though. Get you some hearts. We'll get subliminal music bumped up. You're completely under my control. Next up, the latest and controversial hit from the Bloody Sweet Butchers. Obey me, you filthy slave. Oh, we need a lot of hearts. Uh-oh, here comes the blimp. Ooh. Lose 400 gas is actually not a big deal. But if my passions get up just a little bit more, then we should be fine. What else do I need? Heart. Politics. Tracking you for some time. You've detected your machine's activity again. Prepare yourself. They're coming for us. Not for long, they ain't. I don't know what we really need here. I guess we'll go with snuff movies. This dude's wearing leather, so I'm gonna put leather in there. You'd listen to them? Sounds like good music. Come to our casting call and be a star. Someone kidnapped and did this to him, laments his family. His body was in such bad shape, it's not clear yet what happened. You have enough for a level up? Electroshock therapy was a psychiatric treatment du jour, and doctors didn't hesitate to apply it to a minor. Transformed a cruel child into an authentic monster. You are my miner. I need you mining hearts. Keep my clients. Game over. Boop, boop. Let's infiltrate that. Seems kind of important. We can now bump up the fake accident victim, who looks like they have a sharp weapon here. Can we use your phone? You can't open the door to anyone these days, especially not to a foreigner. They just want to rob you. The town and the entire country, they're filling everything up with garbage. Oy vey. What are we teaching our kids? You get upgraded. We need more eyeballs to finish this. The Fabulous Fair Machine. What's the shtick? It's kind of like Shadows of the Forbidden Gods meets Evil Genius meets Plague Inc. This is the way I've been describing it so far in comparison to other games. We have a ton of gas. 30-year-old woman dies when her car brakes fail in a curb. What did we need? Roots? No. Eyeballs. Which are here. You get more hearts. Politics, we have 3 there. I need 4 there. I'm going to need another 4 politics. Side A, listen closely to my voice. Side B, you're completely under my control. Hypnosis. Now kill the pigs. This is my kind of music. I'm starting to fear my own son. Taste, saliva. Kitchen? The system controls you from the fridge. Kitty menu, special offers, vats of soda pop. They're trying to get us hooked. Let us enjoy our food. You killjoy, get a life and leave us be. What's kind of nice about me screwing up the placement of this first legend is it's meant that our like one agent is getting a ton of XP on the very first mission of the campaign, which should help him level up very nice and fast. You need 1 more eyeball. Founders Week. The birthday of Big Joshua Stanford, the town's first mayor. Not on my watch. I need some biology as well for the postcoitum surprise. Which I would find in this town. Whoops. Start a rumor that the punch has been poisoned, or apply materialism. Doubles the impact on all actions from the form center. Yeah, that's fine. This year, we're skipping the alcohol and barbecues. All that goes straight to the arteries and to the belly. Do we need anything else? Hearts, maybe? We have some hearts, but we could always use a few more, I guess. All right, the farmland is back under our control. Snuff movies, screen, leather, kidnapping? This is technically a kidnapping. Cinema verite. The police canceled the Popcorn and Snuff Film Festival. The organizers defend themselves. The name was nothing but a joke. All right, we've almost got the passions up high enough. I think this is desire. Love is highly contagious. You've got enough to level up again. Mom's favorite. My will was the only law in the family mansion. I wanted it all, and I wanted it then. One afternoon, in an attack of rage, I pushed my mother down the stairs, and her neck broke in 1,000 places. Dude, we've got half his story unlocked. That's crazy. We have 4 politics for that. We have hearts for you. We have eyeballs for you. Y'all can pick anything you'd like. You know what? Let's go here and just extract candles since we extract super doubles. Deception, sharp weapon. The elderly? She looks elderly. If they come in, the victim will be you. More surveillance in residential areas approved. I'm still scared. If you're elderly and we live alone, this could happen to you. Hit them hearts. You are a sharp scythe. It's harvesting season. That finishes that. I think we'll just wait for subliminal music because we almost have it. Song, hypnosis, message. There will be no more encores. The gangs work for shadowy cults and secret societies. Yeah. Crushed. The town is now in Jimmy's hands. He's the man of the year. Very serious matters. James Greer, I have a proposition for you. Or should I call you Mr. President? Wow, we almost did 100% fair. I probably should have waited just the tiniest bit. 1, 2. Wow, we almost did 3 flame delays. 2.5 flame delays. You did it, Jimmy. Eden's Gate, your small and idyllic homeland, now a hotbed of fear, insecurity, and paranoia. That's all well and good, I guess, but my wish hasn't come true. You're much closer to getting it. You can practically reach out and touch success with the tips of your fingers. Trust in the power I've placed in your hands, James Greer. We should take a moment to review certain details of your life. That was part of the deal. First time as anyone has shown interest in me. Don't you feel special? See how much we care about you, Jimmy? Ed, the old pharmacist, no longer wants to supply you with your favorite drug. What's the problem? I owe him too much money and he doesn't trust me anymore. They prescribed Nolapane for years ago for an old injury. I haven't wanted to stop taking it since. I haven't been able to stop taking it. The worst thing is I get these cold sweats and my hands start shaking. But when I get my wish, that won't be a problem anymore. Get it? You have to poke around in your neighbor's dreams and turn them into nightmares. Isn't that right? I don't want anyone to get hurt. It was you, the machine. I don't know. We're going to do a very good job, Jimmy. Let's see. Addiction and manipulation. 2 excellent ingredients to start with. Which of them would work best in the machine? The flame will take 30 days to grow in size, or all of your agents get all of their attributes increased by 1. Hello. That's a pretty easy choice. Lazember, hello. Jimmy's popularity spread beyond Eden's Gate, and he became the attention of a very influential person in the big city who made him an offer so amazing he couldn't refuse. Our Country, Our Rules, of how Jimmy Greer left his hometown and went into politics to become the mayor of New Athena. Unleash the voters' basest instincts and make our country party the winner in the city elections. The government won't do anything for you. New Athena is a dangerous place. We need a firm hand, and someone needs to clean up the city. We got Dante, but his stats are crazy good already. We'll make the city fall into Jimmy's hands. Your meteoric rise of attention has come to that of the old fox Dan Brubrick, convinced you to leave your small town and become the candidate for New Athena in the Our Country party. Mayor of the biggest city in the country, I'd be able to achieve anything I set my mind to. Maybe that's a good way of making my wish come true. Dan is a loyal client of our machine. Mayor Ellie Ross has been governing New Athena for many years, and everyone adores her. A piece of advice for this mission, Jimmy. The people who are most beloved are also the one who can inspire the most hatred. Leverage that and you'll be able to destroy her. You're at the controls of the machine. Haven't you learned anything in this time? If you want your wish to come true, you should act what to do and how to act. The machine and its agents are ready. Are you? We are. Banks of the Winona, the Moho District, Media Expansion, doubles the expansion speed of your rivals, High Hills, University City, and the Swamps. Well, the Moho District is clearly the hardest to set up in, but it's also got two cities that are close together, is centrally located, connects to every other district, and it has a double resource. It is also closed to all fear. You have a red and a green here. And deadly video games is a unique... Oh yeah, we're gonna for sure take that one. It's death and future. So we could put this one in University City to go with deadly video games. I think that's a pretty easy one to get. Let's see. We have a couple of things which add death, which is nice. I only have one that adds Terror of Conspiracy, so we got to be a bit careful with that. I do get the bonus to green here as well, but that's okay. Let's say the government won't do anything for you. 100, 100. I think that's really valuable. I'm going to put that in Moho, and then we'll focus on getting that unlocked first. I think if this is the case, I just ignore the banks of the Winona. Nothing else adds knives except for the tall man. And I don't see anything with a purple card. We do have Happy Hippies, the Tantra, the Dance of the Spider, and Medicinal Water. I tell you what, the Dance of the Spider sounds occult, so let's put that in High Hills. And let's put that in the Swamps. Clean up the Swamps. A firm hand in the High Hills. The government won't do anything for the Moho District. And the university needs to think it's a dangerous place. Oh, I can't even start in Moho. Let's just go right there. The University of Steinberg. Knowledge will set you free is written in gold letters on the wall of the campus subway station. Right next to it, a young woman hands out flyers. Back to school offer today. Sign for your loan and pay it back over 25 years. Oh, lots of good stuff here. Dangerous video games are a red one, so we're going to explore the Plateau Palace first. And we'll get ready to put those deadly video games in there as soon as we can. Start of the election campaign. The new far-right Our Country Party takes on Mayor Ellie Ross, whose party, Citizens for New Athena, has governed for 30 years. Dozens of urban militias support the extremist candidate, Jimmy Greer, to the rise of Our Country, Our Rules. This game is a little too real. At times, it hits a little close to home. The Students' Association is choosing a new name for the main square of campus. We've already ruled out Plato for being a misogynist, Aristotle for being a slave owner, and Marx for being class biased. Any other proposals for what we call this square? They're not gonna take Jimmy Greer. Listen in silence. For every name proposed, there's something against it. How about calling it Voice of the People Square, they propose in desperation, and everyone smiles. There seems to be a consensus. But that leaves out deaf and mute people. Oy, yo, yo. All right, let's get deadly video games in the university. Shoot, jump, mega combo, kill your buddies. We only need rumors for this, so I could work on... I could put vision in here if we wanted to dig up some vision. And then I could focus on the tall man in the high hills next. Doesn't seem like a bad idea to me. This lets me get like a double choke in here as well on the Moho district. As we start unlocking fear, we should also get an oleum plant before I forget. I think we missed the first cycle. Let's see. Shoot, jump, mega combo, kill your buddies. Digital are video games. I'm gonna guess probably like a military and something else. Load, shoot, jump, kill your buddies. 5 children hospitalized, 2 of them in serious condition due to the injuries caused by another child at a birthday party. Bella Vista. The Elite Plaza is the most exclusive shopping center in Bella Vista. On the other side of the counter is well-dressed white people. On the other hand, a wide variety of skin tones and much less cash in the wallets. Do I need to tell you who's the customer and who's the sales clerk? The dance of the spider. All right, so 2 of these things cause roots, or need roots. Little Versailles. And a golf club. I'm going to do the tall man. So let's do that in Little Versailles. I feel like that's a good spot for a creepy tall guy to be. As a bit of a creepy tall guy myself. And I'm going to do the occult here right now. All right, the flame is starting to grow now. A man carrying a sign shouting the end of nigh. The end is nigh. Oh, we've had this event before in a different town. That's a bit disappointing. I thought all these campaigns would have unique places. It does make me feel like, okay, so there could be a giant random map, like a world map for a custom campaign mode. We talked to the man last time and that worked. I've never tried talking to the teenagers. Nonsense doesn't scare anyone under 20. One of them snaps and shows me the photo he just snapped. See the post with the number of likes and the like for this post? Well, it's still at 0. No, that scares me. Let's get the tall man up here. 600 gas. Okay, never mind. Let's not do that. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. We've unlocked Jen. Ooh, do I keep exploring? Here's the thing, I am going to need to explore because if enemies come in, my rivals, I'm going to need to be able to act wherever they land. Deadly video games leveled up. Hypnosis? It feels like hypnosis is the answer right now. Yeah, for sure. They're tricking us. High score, achievement unlocked. You've killed your buddies. The parents of one of the children who were attacked speak. It was like the little savage went into a trance. He threw down the headset and with his eyes white started punching everybody. These video games are deadly. Deadly as can be. To raise funds, the university's biology department has decided to convert its old specimen warehouse into a museum. The display case containing brains. We have one of our crown jewels, Marie Curie. Next to him, the main curator stares intently at the screen of his phone. I'm gonna ask about the display case. The jar holds the brain of Marie Curie's assistants, the guide announces proudly. We wanted to bid on the brain of Marie Curie herself, but the price was prohibitive. They threw in her housekeeper's tibia and a lock of hair from the translator of her works to English. You're right. And we've discovered wet feet in the Gallows Row. Wet Feet is the poorest and most neglected area of New Athena. Gets its name from its proximity to the swamp. My shoes are caked with mud after walking for 10 minutes. Okay, this is just any generic whatever can go down here. Rain of Frogs would be fine. That would put a little occult pressure from the top and bottom. Secret facilities we need to save for Moho District. Yeah, why not? We could put Rain of Frogs down here. Grave desecrators. All right, we might need to save that for here, but it doesn't really look like it. I feel like I should just wait for the 600 and do Tall Man. Like, what's the rush? You got eyeballs. You got gas. What do I need to flip these? Roots and eyeballs. Oh, interesting. Roots and TVs. Why don't I do roots here? You can extract 4 eyeballs. Let's get you on roots. Closest election in a decade gets underway. The police on alert for possible actions by rogue groups. I'd like to get this level up as well with the hearts. We're gonna need to break into here so we can get oleum. That one is cut. Let's get some hearts for that level up. You've got the roots to finish this off. The original sin. Incubi and succubi. What would you give to change your sexual routine? This is also a cult, which is kind of nice. Let's explore another section of the city then. Another 100 gas, and we can drop the Tall Man up here. Dozens of ragged people wait at the entrance to an old abandoned winery. We meet and the TV preacher via satellite. Welcome to the Church of Santos. The penitent opens the door. Reform school. Tried to reform our guy, and I landed in prison at the age of 18. Smother one of the nuns who ran to the place in her sleep. Behind bars. Dante, Dante, Dante. What do we do with you? Santos said on his TV show, only through forgiveness, through suffering, help us cleanse the city of sin. Bring us the blood we need and you will be rewarded. Bring him hearts and we will get a bunch of gas. I mean, that seems doable. You need eyeballs. We can work on that. Street violence by the militias. Since the emergence of our country, minorities and marginalized people are being attacked on the streets of New Athena, and the press blames the urban militias associated with your party. They've asked you to make some urgent statements about it. All right, we'll send Jen to take care of that. And in the meantime, Deadly Video Games hits its last level. God. Electricity? Or military? Load, shoot, jump makes me think military. Obviously, video games just make me think electricity. I'm gonna go with military. God damn. Does that mean it doesn't work? Excessive violence, sensory stimuli, video games are factories turning out potential killers. They said the same thing about movies and comics. No, it still evolves. Local myth in the University of Stainborough. Monobius. I don't know this one. You have 0 lives left. I wonder if that's if you die in this video game, you die in real life. We do have a key here, so we can pump that up a little bit more. Incubi and Succubi are ready. You've got some hearts. Do we have anything to crack you? No, we need TVs. And other things. What do we need here? Hearts, eyeballs, and roots again. In the meantime, Incubi and Succubi. Desire. Live out your most secret fantasies. Everything ready for the invocation? Are you in? I don't want to see you naked. Besides, no way you're not getting any, even that way. Horny teens. Trying to break in. Oh, we finally have enough to get the tall man here. But I'm just going to need more eyeballs, so. I got to stop these guys after. More hearts. Gas it up, baby. Let's go. Roots. Did we build roots here? We didn't. Where did we build roots? Down south? I clearly need a bunch of those, so I'm going to just start on them and then have this gen start working on this event. And here comes the rivals also attacking these cities, so we're going to need that gas to start investigating a bit more. We've unlocked a card. +2 to intuition, -1 to stealth. I could put this on Dante, and he would get really good intuition. His stealth is already kind of his dump stat, so I'm not really using him for that in the first place. He now has better intuition than even she does. You have one new message from the tall man. Oh, it's Slender Man. Well, clearly children are involved with this one. Wanna play with me? The entire class claimed that the tall man from the internet was walking around outside the window. School has been canceled. Oh, that's super spread fear up here. That was really good. Highly effective. We also have enough to drop arachnophobia and almost enough for old bad times. Ellie Ross on the campaign trail announces an event focused on education and culture. It's only a 1 heart card. An urgent statement about this message. Do we have a comment or do we justify these assaults? You know what? Let's justify them. Clearly we're playing the bad guy. Clearly we're playing the Donald Trump here. The foundation of our countries are under threat. I see only patriots acting in self-defense. Jesus. What have I become? You can explore this city. Technically, Renee is better at exploring right now. Oh, I should have her spying. That's what I should be doing with her. Whoopsie. Okay. High Hills has unlocked. I guess let's go the form. Isn't Jimmy black? It's a bit odd. That's the trick. That's the real deception right there. You need TV. Oh, I see. You need eyeballs. So let's get you extracting. Her campaign barrels ahead. Her next event focuses on social services. This part of the city was a shite hole, even worse than the swamps, but the current mayor's father worked miracles here and we love them both. The Ross family is more beloved than Mickey Mouse. If we want to win these neighborhoods, we have a very difficult job. The education platform. Okay, I don't really think this does anything. Another attack in the swamps down there. We'll get to that one after. I have 6 of these. Oh, I need to explore the city first. And what do I need for this TVs? Do I have an Oldham factory here? Yeah, I do. I wonder if I shouldn't build something like Gaia or politics. I'm gonna need secret faculties to do that one. I don't really think I need 100% meat. I'll probably put that in the swamps. I will put that in the swamps. I should put that down there now. Start letting it level up. You got enough eyeballs to pump this up again. This is a devil. Technically. Invoke them, and you'll die of pleasure. This youth's body was naked and badly deteriorated. The doctors thought it belonged to an old person. You need eyeballs. You need eyeballs. You need televisions. What do you need? Gaia. Okay, so I'm going to put Gaia here. And I'm going to put TV here. And then you are going to start by digging me up more eyeballs. Actually, if you wait a little bit, it looks like you're going up to 100%. And if I could get 3 TVs in a cycle, which I can, that would be a good idea. Because we could break another one of these utopias. There we go. And now these guys get +1 to all events. Digging up eyeballs is a whole new meaning since the first campaign, doesn't it? Ooh, Jimmy, our candidate, whacked on Nola Payne. Isn't it ironic that, like, Jimmy has got Jen working for her? He's addicted to the thing that, like, his own agent created. Citizens for New Athens, Ellie Ross. Mayorship for 30 years. The current mayor, only child of the previous mayor and the previous local politician. Wow. Let's start snooping. So we can get pooping. Hi, Jimmy. I've been dying to meet you. Though we're rivals in the campaign, I'm sure that we'll get along fine and we'll both play fair. My father and I worked very hard to make this city what it is today. It's open, inclusive, and a modern place. I'm going to do everything possible to keep it that way. You seem like a good person, Jimmy, and I like that. That's why I want to warn you about Dan Brubrick. Careful with that man. Everything that man touches ends up dirty and rotten. I'll defend Brubrick. I think deep down Brubrick isn't a bad person, Ellie. Brubrick and his people still think the city belongs to him. You know what? If it weren't for his contacts, that criminal would be in prison. And now, all this new party, your candidacy, and those awful militias, you don't seem to be like them, Jimmy. Steer clear of this racket and scams or things are going to turn out badly for you. I'm going to get as deep into these rackets and scams as I possibly can. Ooh, don't mind if I do level up. Thanks to my father's influence, I got out on parole, started to work with the man who would later become my partner in my new life, an important investor and friend of the family who quickly recognized my virtues as a sociopath and brought out the best in me, bless his heart. This is what happens. All sociopaths who are like cruel and murderers and end up behind bars end up just becoming wealthy capitalists. Turns out, that's the key. If you want to succeed, just become a wealthy capitalist. If you're a sociopath, it's the perfect job for you. My niece, thanks to you, I've succeeded in becoming a gossip reporter. I'm going to return the favor for a modest price. I can get a popular influencer or a famous athlete to support your campaign. Add sensationalism in the reason or materialism. I think this one is, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, you're based on knives, so let's do that. This is what mega influencers Greg Lay has posted on the media. Jimmy's a super candidate. If I were probably someone who voted, he'd probably get mine. Excellent. Let the blood flow. Uh-oh, I am not stopping this event. Nor do I know what it does. But I am turning on banana spiders, a happy and poisonous tropical spider. Hopefully we can get some answers about what's going on here. High Hills unlocks the power. Ellie Ross's campaign headquarters is like a cozy living room. Several advisors joke around if they've known each other all their lives. The place oozes trust, affection, and good vibes. The mayor's personal secretary is taking the phone in her office, and a group of volunteers are chatting by the coffee machine. I'm gonna spy on the volunteers. I don't think that she's done anything wrong, but her volunteers might. I've been volunteer for the Ross family for 30 years, first with her father and now with Ellie. It's not that things are perfect, but before, I just pray to God that those bad old days are gone for good. All right, looks like I'm not done spying here. Much to my chagrin. Yeah, so she's got some influence now in this sector. This is a viral sensation. A different kind of viral than we would normally expect, but... I love it. Everyone has one. I want to make myself one just like it. My Halloween costume. Good Slender Man. Okay. What do we need to dig up here? Clearly I need green, and I'm going to need green for that as well. We have none of it right now. I need to get some dirt on her so that we can slow down this mayoral campaign, especially if it's going to start entering the swamps. Doubles the expansion speed of your rival's area. These are all pretty low. I feel like we can knock these out once we get cooking. The atmosphere in Ellie Ross's campaign, yada, 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 yada. Spy on the secretary. I discovered that Ellie Ross owes the city money for one miserable parking ticket. What a boring life, I think to myself, for leaving. I mean, she's gonna need... I'm gonna need more gas on her if I want to stop both these. I'm gonna cut that right away. Had some problems with my credit card. Does the mayor think she's above the law? She cancels her education-focused event because of this unpaid parking ticket. "100% meat." We select the most delicious mammals. Stomach? Zombies? Mutations? I'm gonna say stomach. Okay, good. Hey, and combine them with the most exotic delicacies. Is that a mutated pigeon? He found a rat bone in his hamburger. Gross. Can you believe it? I don't know how that really helps my campaign, but a happy and poisonous tropical spider. Ecosystem plague. Maybe. The spider got married and nested in a piece of fruit under the sun. The most disgusting unboxing on the internet. Are these bananas real? I can't believe it. I've never heard of this myth before, and I eat a lot of bananas, so I don't think I want to know any more about it. Dudes, how am I meant to get in this region? Maybe I'm not meant to. Maybe I meant to push this down to the banks of the Winona. Oh, where I didn't realize there's another active event. God damn, dudes. I need more eyeballs. I need a lot more eyeballs. She's gonna be slow to hard to slow down. Slow to hard down. Manasana in Corporate Sano. The New Athena's municipal gym and Ellie Ross's 2 bodyguards are waiting at the front door. To blend in, I've put on a tracksuit and a headband. That'll clearly stop the bleeding golden mask you wear. I look like an extra from an aerobics VHS tape. Sometimes I hate this job. Let's look for the mayor. The damned card again. I haven't been able to make this month's payment. Can you take care of it? Call Alfred Fowler and remind him that tomorrow is the anniversary of our father's death. Wasn't Ellie Ross the only child of the previous mayor? We should investigate. Unpaid membership fees for TVs. Where do we have TVs to down here? She's really bad. How many TVs do I need for that? 4? 3. I mean, she could get it. Problem being is that I also need to explore this city if I want to even fight this event. We picked up a card. +2 to stealth, -1 to digging. You know what? I think I'm going to take that. And I'm going to put it on her. Because I don't really want her digging, but I do like her stealthing. You picked up some eyeballs. 8. I'm going to need 1 more. I mean, I'm going to need a lot more here once we get to that point. Old Harbor. New Athena was built on the ancient indigenous settlement, but only 2 remainders of these roots remain. An amusement park and a theme hamburger joint. This is not the first time our machine has been through here, Master. I can stop this, but not very long. Get those TVs. I still can't put anything in here, which is wild because I have almost 100% at 100%. You would think the 2 of them are creeping in enough. Social exclusion. No one left behind. Okay, this is a 2-star event. So I am gonna need more gas. And you guys need more Gaia. Boy, it don't end. Yeah, she's growing a lot over here. I've had a chance to listen to your party's message to the voters. They're vile. How could you spread these ideas? Your people could be doing irreparable damage. The city was built on top of a past rife with abuse and violence. It took us many years to heal from the wounds, and you're reopening them for a handful of votes. New Athena is a tinderbox, and your recklessness is going to blow everything up. Do you know what you're doing? Yes, I do. Of course I do. Do you think I'm stupid? Of course I know what I'm doing. I thought Brubeck was using you, but now I see that you two think alike. I'm starting to fear for the future of the city, for the good of New Athena. You frightened Ellie. Well, that tracks. Oh, the incubi and succubi are ready. Yeah, we might as well do these guys first. Desire, devil, ritual? Family? I feel like ritual is probably the right answer here. Yeah. You never know with kids nowadays. Demons of the flesh. These demon creatures use sex to extract the vital essence from their victims, who eventually die. That's it. Death by snoo snoo. All right. Well, University City is pumping out the juice. We have the TVs we require to shut down this gym. Public assistance neutralized. Ooh, we're almost actually over here. I have enough gas to explore that. She's about to attack this city. I need to be in here, though, because we need to find some more secrets. I'm going to go to the high school. Yeah, I need a 2 attack card to stop this. You're going for a second round of Gaia. My rats are ready, and there's a new event in Moho. Our country party holds a press conference in front of the future new police station to talk about crime and citizen security. Candidate Jimmy Greer will close the event. What do you want to send to voters? We'll get in there. Now, these animals, the most delicious animals, combine them into the most exotic delicacies. This guy looks like he's diseased. Or mutated or something. I feel like mutation is the answer. I'm gonna give it a shot. They said there was a rat bone in the last meal. What if it's skull? I'm gonna go mutation. Ah, I should have went skull. Some witnesses speak of thousands of tons of meat brought into the region illegally. Police have yet to make a statement. We got room for an Olam pump in here if we can get rid of this campaign event. Alfred Fowler works as a history teacher in a public high school. The building is impeccable. New Athena must have a generous education budget. The kids are in class, the hallways are deserted, and the teacher's locker room is on the bottom floor. Classroom's on the top floor. We're going to spy with you. 2 roots. Its old name, Leroy's Field, referred to the family of slave-owning plantation owners who governed the city until the 20th century. Oh my god, this is the secret, is that this mayor comes from a slave-owning family. 1 hundo P. That's the secret. That's the secret in the sauce. Banana spiders. I'm going to say plague. Plague of spiders. Fruit Inc. decided to take her nest into your house. I'm not eating fruit ever again in my life. Blorf. Blorf. That should pump this to 100% also. Yep. In Jimmy's hands. Jimmy's militia. Our country, our rules. My goodness. Jimmy Greer is getting my vote, says the region's voters. Our country, our rules. You got eyeballs. You got green stuff. You need eyeballs and roots and hearts. You need green stuff. This guy's really good at exploring. So actually having him come out here to explore this, I should have explored that. That was a mistake. Oops. You had some banana spiders the other day? Oh, God. I don't like that. You have one new message. Want to play with me? Just look up. Is this wireless? Seems like the only other answer here. A wireless text message from the Thin Man. New nightmares in a digital format. Terrified by the creature, damn internet story swept this little one to their death. Why do I feel like that's true? Give me something good. Spy on the bodyguards. Receives threats of almost anyone in the region. One of the bodyguards tells his partner, start with her ex-husband, some victims of the dam disaster. Everyone knows that Dan Brubrick was to blame, but that guy's very good at manipulating people. Buff, Deep Waters Victims Association. Let's go. We've discovered Sunny Peak and the Deep Waters community. There should be a vacation community with bungalows in this place, but there's only water here. Interesting. Medicinal waters. Oh, we can put the gas on that for sure. Oh, that flipped instantly. Amazing. Pyromaniacs, the hypnotic dance of flames in the air. You need green by the bucketful. I have 3 green events right now. So he's going to be farming that for a while. They aren't that bad. Just make sure one of the nests aren't on your bananas. Do these things exist in Canada? I've never heard of them before. I would like them to not exist. If at all possible. If we could do that, I'd be cool. I'd be okay with that. Real association for the victims of the tragedy, and we know Ellie Ross was the real culprit. Dan Brubeck, the man who pays all our expenses, tells us so. The elderly president informs me. I propose that we fabricate evidence to make it look like the mayor was responsible for the damn failure. Dissuade him or use violence to persuade him. Why would I dissuade him? I mean, I actually have a chance of doing this, so it's what I'm going to pick. Are we men or mice? Oh, man. That was a coward's answer was what I did. I should have just waited. They got imported with the bananas from Mexico? You might have that wrong. Yeesh. Okay. Noted. No Mexican bananas. The underbelly of high finances, blood, crime, betrayal, and violence. I was like a fish in water in that world. Every murder I committed made our profits grow and made me feel more alive and powerful. He's only got 1 more level. This is insane. We're going to have him maxed out by the 2nd campaign. Feels good. I really don't have any juice on you, though, do I? No. And that does not feel good. Stranger turns to me. Do you want to start to conquer the Moho Conquest District and shred Ellie Ross's image while you're at it? When the main library opens up, look between the pages of crime and punishment. You'll find further instructions there. Olum pump. What is this? Infiltrate. Oh, that's your job. Where's the library? Could be there. Grand opening of the main library. Largest library in the country is finally having its grand opening. The event will become one of the main events of Ellie Ross's re-election campaign. All right. We'll go peep that. That's the gas we need. Let's start looking into stuff in the school. They're really on organic bananas. It's hitting a bit too close to home. It's very, the game is very, I mean, we just completed the COVID anti-vax campaign, which was pretty rough. Flammable seems like something pyromaniacs would like. The heavy odor of smoke and ash. With the arrival of summer, neighborhood groups are demanding surveillance to prevent arson and other acts. Did we get the pump there? Yeah, we did. Okay. Dude, how the hell do I break into here? Do I need to completely surround it? I thought as long as I had 100% on edge, it would start creeping in, but clearly that's not the case. Country Party holds a press conference in front to talk about the new things. What do we want to send? Ellie Ross tolerates crime because her government is corrupt. This would add plus 10 tier of conspiracy, which is actually something I need, I think. Yeah, that's... I'm going to do this one because this is the event I'm looking for. I need to get 100 tier of conspiracy in here. So that's a good one to throw. Okay, you are my explorer. Can you explore this? Yeah, you got the gas. And you can hit the library after. I get the message the game is trying to do, but an entire game is built around it. Not for you. That's fair. That's totally fair. I like the mechanics, and I really like I don't know, the design of the game is really good. The message is a bit heavy. It's a bit too real, but it's also like, it's meant to be a horror game, right? And it's all meant to be about like the horrors of what happens to the people who do these things. Such as like the pharma CEO getting her eyeballs like plucked out and taken by the mob. We're going to snoop into some lockers. I find some very old photographs and an illegitimate child. Ellie Ross's father led a double life. Perfect. That will do. Records property, Deep Waters Victim Association. I'm going to also start that incursion. And I would like to nuke this. We're doing pretty good. She's taking a lot of damage. She's got a lot more to go, Johnny, but there's an active movement here. I can't even see it yet. We are... Okay, that Olem factory is up and running. That Olem factory is up and running. You've explored the Muse's Nest. You know that Jack Kerouac once said on this very stool, he pulled for 5 minutes to use the restroom, and one of the toilets mentioned on the road is in this bar. Pray for new Athena. Media attention state. 2 hearts. Let's get you on that library next. I got lots of green. I don't have a lot of hearts. My vision is up. Green is really all I need right now. Fabricating evidence to accuse the mayor in Deepwater's tragedy is very dangerous and illegal. Mr. Brubeck and his generosity allowed me to keep this association afloat and make a good living. Oh, now I can also use violence to persuade him. You have no idea how powerful the people behind me are. You'll be nice to us, you'll be nice to you, and we'll both be very mean to Ellie Ross. I think we have a deal. Oh, this just costs gas. Hell yeah. So I can nuke this whenever I want, which is right now. Is Ellie Ross implicated in the terrible tragedy at Deepwaters? Her grand festival ends up being a disaster. Her party cancels at the last minute. I think I'd rather have this guy digging up stuff. I don't know, man. I'm gonna go like skull. They said there were bones. I don't know what the answers to this one was. Right, clearly I'm gonna need another event down here. Grave desecrators? That's new. Rain of frogs. Secret facilities we need to keep for the center. Rain of frogs would probably be a good one. So we'll get that started. And then let's see, we only have 4 green. And you're gonna take up most of that. So let's get you digging for a turn. You were instructed by a stranger. Leaf through crime and punishment. You find a handwritten note addressed to you instructing you to explore the Athena magazine office. There you'll find the naked truth about Ellie Ross. As our banana spider problem also increases. A layer? Ecosystem of plague. This looks like a layer. They're nesting, right? Yeah. Banana spiders. A banana a day invites the spiders to play. Some of us are thinking about shutting down. These malicious rumors need to stop. Fruit and vegetable sales fall 30%. Eat that, farmers. That'll teach you to have banana spiders. I've been informed that my ex-husband has been in touch with you, and knowing him, he can't be up to anything good. I married him when I was young, and it was the biggest mistake of my life. That abuser nearly did me in, and I vowed revenge when I divorced him. Did you know I still need a bodyguard? I'll be clear and direct. I have a little empathy and dignity in saying no to whatever he's proposed to you. Blackmail Ellie or act innocent. Has her husband? I don't think her husband has contacted me. The truth is that I don't know what you're talking about. That animal put me through hell. I'm asking you not to exploit a situation that's very painful for me and my family. I have no doubt that you'll behave in a dignified way. I can see in your eyeballs you're a good person. New rival incursion available. Tip from the informant, Athena magazine. Oh, I guess that's her husband. The banks of the Winona has unlocked a few things. So we'll tap into that. And you are not currently doing anything, so I think I need you to do property records here. Good person. Yeah, we've been nothing but a good person. The furthest thing from a good person? I need roots, I need hearts, I need vision. Get rid of these happy hippies. I do want to put secret facilities in here as well. Will this activate even though this is locked? Oh, I guess it will up to a certain amount, maybe. Maybe? Actually, I don't know. In the meantime, let's start working on these happy hippies. Debate on immigration. Oh no, Jimmy. What are you gonna say this time? Swamps get another unlock. The Pyromaniacs. Heat. It's a fairly straightforward one. Who has never felt fascination gazing into a fire? There's always fires this time of year, and this year is no exception. But look at the data. Are you going to deny that the figure this year is abnormally high? Ooh, that almost pushes us into the banks of the Winona. We're going to consult the records of Ellie Ross's file. She doesn't own much. Some land, some vehicles, all clean and legit. Certain voters don't like it for politicians who work for social justice to accumulate properties. All right, so we get a 1-card shot at her. It does need to be somewhere that I can dig up politics, which is tricky. Here we go. That locks in the banks of the Winona for us. That does the Stairway to Heaven. I need roots, which I know we have access to down here. And we can unlock these happy hippies. It takes her a long time to build up a move, which is kind of nice. The conceptual work Sprained Wrist is the star of the collection. The catalog describes it as a cry of protest against loneliness and incomprehension of persecuted masculinities. Brothers, you're not alone. It's a mouse, Doritos, and a bunch of crumpled up tissues. Oi. We're gonna hit this. I mean, I need politics to shut down whatever her next event is, but her next event is not hitting for a while, so we could upgrade secret facilities in the meantime. Perfectly ordinary hidden military bunker. Weapons. Protected with perfectly ordinary extreme security measures. Sand, heat, isolation. The army doesn't change those inhospitable settings by accident. Well, I had a really hard time saying that sentence. The girl from the curve. I stopped because it was late at night. I need eyeballs. We got eyeballs by the numbers. And a speech about immigration. New face between Jimmy Greer and the citizens of New Athena, spokesperson for social services related to issues of immigration. Decrease the requirement of transmitting any message by 20. I'd like to do this for fear of conspiracy. But I can't send like any message here right now, right? Because everything is locked. I actually don't know how to break into this zone. Do I need to reduce that trust? Like if that's the case, then I guess I need to do those fear events. Maybe I should have you spy on this informant. Let's explore this dam. I'll have her dig up politics next, just in case. Transmitting any message by 20%. Like she's already at 50, and I haven't done secret facilities like at all. Let's get roots. I'll double root. That'll be enough to get it. 40. It's only going to take 85. My Rain of Frogs is ready to go. Which is a plague. We've done this one before. Plague is not here. Water? It is rain. It's frog rain, but it's water. A lot of screaming in this game. On the side of the dam, there's a plaque that reads, Mayor Ellie Ross in the town of New Athena in commemoration of the Deep Waters tragedy. Are you a relative of the victim or those tabloid reporters in town for the anniversary? No, I'm a reporter. It's the same thing every year. An article on the failures of the dam, the flooding of the bungalows, and the dozens of people who drowned. None of you have the balls to investigate the person who's really to blame. Dan Brubrick. Dum dum dum. We're just gonna keep exploring. She's gonna start an event. I hope it's only 1 star, because otherwise we're gonna have to struggle a little bit to get through it. Clears the wave of right-wing violence. Certain political parties are playing with fire. Anti-bigotry event. All right. We're going to get some politics and we're going to teach her a thing or two. The new roller coaster is fun. A card fell out of a pocket. You're getting the roots for that. Ooh, and you're ready for your final level up. So we're going to do the trust state. Jimmy Greer's hyper-nationalism laced with xenophobia resonates with a good part of the new Athena electorate. I'm hoping this means we can breach in here a little bit easier. No, I gotta be honest, I'm not really sure. A debate around firearms. Candidate Jimmy Greer participates in a televised event. The main topic, the armed militias patrolling neighborhood. A debate about whether they're a safety hazard or an expression of the pioneer spirit. I like that there's like two ways you can play this. You can be like the good politician, or you can just totally lean into being a monster. Which of course is exactly what I'm doing. Stopped late at night. Highway. Starting to fall asleep. Accident on mile 17 on the southern highway. A dangerous curve, and a few months ago, a girl lost her life in this very spot. Up, weep. Father scolding his son who's looking around, sucking his thumb. Your hands are probably filthy. One of these days, you'll poison yourself. Well, I mean, you might as well infiltrate that in the meantime. Gotta wait 4 more turns. Where's the heart? Up there. We can nuke the anti-bigotry event by exposing her houses. We do have a cornucopia as well here, but I think I'll save this in case of emergencies. I don't really have any like need to use it right now. Banks of the Renona or Trust. But I don't know. Why are my passions so low here? Grave Desecrators. I could. I just feel like I need to put that in Moho District. I'm really not understanding how I break in here. Why not? Let's just get your hearts so that you can level up. The final level already with Dante. Dante's narrative has been finished, and the end, as it always happens, we made a mistake, and that led me directly to the electric chair. Close your eyes and think of your last wish. I've never taken well to people telling me what to do. 15 intuition, 14 strength. Weakness at the feet of the strongest. This is a free card that we can play anywhere. I'm going to play it right here. It ain't going to do anything right now. We're not going to criticize the work of the militias. We are going to spy on your record property. I'm going to try not to do this Athena thing. Though I'm starting to think I can't breach here unless I do it. Oh, sorry. You need eyeballs and politics and green stuff. You need a lot of stuff. Up, weep. More mayor's properties. Boy, if that's the case, I'm just going to have you start extracting these. Rain of Frogs is a sign. Sign of the apocalypse. I mean, I would argue that, at least. You have to make it to that dot? I don't know what we have to do in order to get across. I assume maybe we just fill the entire map? It's not clear. Yet. Grave Desecrators. You're looking very elegant tonight, madame. Theft. What Would you allow us to take all these jewels? A new wave of vandalism in cemeteries. It's probably a kid's thing. That looks like it gets us almost to 100%. You're almost to 100%. A tax cut. A 3-star tax cut. +5 to a legend's value or freeze for 2 turns. I think I'm going to take that. Because I'm going to need to hit this with like everything I have multiple times. And that's not going to be easy. Pyromaniacs, flammable, heat. Obsession? You could say accident, but like they're doing it on purpose, right? The hypnotic dance of flames in the air. I'm gonna go with obsession. They just want to see the world burn, baby. They don't want to set the world on fire. I can't do green anymore. Okay. I actually would like you here is the problem. I need hearts. I need eyeballs. Eyeballs. All right, let's do eyeballs for a turn. Oh, yeah. We need so many more of those. The highway. The engine? I could say the journey. Very late at night. Starting to fall asleep. I'm gonna go engine. Doesn't really seem like it's relevant. It worked, but I haven't slept since then. She started to shout, I killed myself on that curve. On that curve, I killed myself, and she disappeared right in front of my eyes. Spooky. Okay, I need 4 more for you, which means I also need 5 more for you, which means we got to dig for more eyeballs, but she's about to be finished here, and I would like her to get the hell out of there. I'd like to see if we could do this the classy way of just starting this incursion. And I'm just going to do a bunch of politics. The Sticky Broker. The market's on fire. I'm sure we can come to an interesting agreement. I can give him a bunch of oleum and receive candles or hearts. We'll go with hearts. I can use them for the grave desecrators. I just keep finding houses that she owns. Well, the freeze actually worked perfectly here. Theft. Bones. These both track. Kid's thing, a friend of mine was in the thrift shop and found it in the ring his grandmother was buried in, still encrusted in dust. You've got more about the mayor's properties. That's enough to tanker. So, in the meantime, let's have you explore these memorial halls. We can upgrade these secret facilities in a moment. I just want to make sure we don't run out here first. Man, you own a lot of houses, Mayor. The tax cut has been neutralized. Weapons. This said it was in the desert. Perfectly ordinary, everyday, sinister experiments are performed. There's our biological. Nuclear arms enriched by mutant bacteria. Or nuclear, whatever the answer is. You have enough for you? 4. We're gonna need more of those. Mayor under siege abandons her latest and most important vote-getting measure. You did it, Jimmy. The party my father founded 30 years ago has just expelled me in the middle of a campaign. In a few weeks, you've managed to ruin everything we've been building in this city. You've opened a Pandora's box that will destroy New Athena first and then the country. Do you think Dan Brubeck is going to stop? How do you think he's going to thank you for what he's done? Look in the mirror. You're not one of them. You'll never be. May God have mercy on you. Listen, lady, I did what you wanted me to do, which is not talk to your husband. I'm going to play the trumpet. And then I guess I'll explore this last piece of the city. How the hell do I get in here? I don't understand. Rain of Frogs. Ancestral. Classic vintage plague. That looks like it brings us to 99. You've got enough heart. You've got enough eyes. You're building that. Is there anything left in cards? No, I didn't think so. I mean, the only other possibility is I could just switch this over to the banks of the Winona and we win. Excuse me, I'm here to pay a fine. The other day I had to take my wife to the emergency room. She had fainted when she saw the eviction notice and I left my car illegally parked. Oh, I'll take your money. Why not? Now what do I do? I noticed the airplane hasn't come at us this time. You're at 99. You're serious? You're not going to give it to me because I screwed up 100% meat? If I get this up a little bit more, it should push over, shouldn't it? Journey? I'm going to say journey. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Underworld. The Girl in the Curve, The Ghost in the Rearview Mirror, The Headless Motorcyclist, variations of the same archetype. Surely this jests. I mean, if I push you over here, you're at a hundo. We might as well just do that. Our country, our rules. Make this city great again. Oh, God. I don't know. I guess I should have my people digging. A legend for gas. I'll take that. Chemtrails. Or the fallen innocents. We'll take chemtrails. How do I do this? How do I get this any higher? I've got so much going on here. I've got 100% pushing in from most of the cities. Is it just that I'm not meant to be able to take Moho District? And if that's the case, I really screwed up because this should have had the banks of the Winoa over here. The flip side of this is I can just play this map forever. theory. That pushes him to 100%. Weapons, desert, biological. Confidential, it never appears on any map. The military, not to be trusted. They've got too many secrets. Yeah, hilarious. You actually can't get fear in this sector. Which is really dumb. And I would not have locked in everything the way that we did. Theft, bones, gold. Okay, we have everything maxed out except for this new chemtrails card we just got, which is going to give us those guys. Man, this is really stupid, but I guess we can move secret facilities. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is otherwise. All right. I'm going to remove you. I'm going to remove... Well, I guess I got to keep chemtrails now. I did really bad on this 100% meat, so let's remove that guy. We'll put in secret facilities. We could throw 100% meat back in here. You're going to need to mine... What? Politics? You can mine Gaia. And then I just have to wait for this to cook through. Chemtrails are in the air. We did this set before, so I'm just going to zoom through it as fast as I can. Which I don't honestly think will be very long. You are weapons. Weird that you can't, like, that you can put your thing in here, but you can't actually get in here at all. It just seems like a bit of a waste. And we might as well level this up just for fun. I guess maybe if we talked to her husband, we would have been allowed. I don't need your gas. Oh, look who it is! I thought they'd never show up. Online video against the machine. The video's out on all platforms. I have all my people digging for so long that it's going to be hard to stop this. "22 turns. Not that hard, though. Chemtrails are rural. Come on, Jimmy. Ooh, my flame is so big, I'm losing 200 gas a turn. So I guess there is limits. "5 hours with no telephone or internet anywhere in the city," whines a very upset teenager. "We thought it was the end of the world." Like, I don't know. It doesn't matter what I'm getting right now. I'm just trying to get this last little bit down here. This is in the desert. I think that's going to be enough. Yeah, there we go. 100%. Let's gas it. Oh, Jimmy's running out of Nola Pain. That old trimmer. Next stop, the Oval Office. So it's just like a real election where you have to get all the people who live around the major metropolitan center. You have to rival them, rouse them up with all sorts of lies and fake news and misinformation, while the center of the city knows that you're a sham. The old country party with Jimmy Greer as the candidate won the mayorship in New Athena by a landslide. 80% fear. I guess you can't get 100% fear on that map. Again, unless that event does something. And that puts us halfway through shaking hands, which is all the time we have for today. We will finish up the journey of Jimmy tomorrow. During the first half of the day, we might peek at something different for the later half, or we might go into Saints and Sinners. We'll see how we feel. But in the meantime, this is all the time we have for the fabulous Fear Machine. So thank you for joining me.